DNA comparison of swabs of the pistol to that of the defendant. You are going to hear that the DNA profile of the swabs of the pistol are consistent to that of the defendant. You are also going to hear that there was a firearm examination done of this firearm. And you are going to hear from firearm tool mark examiner Vanna Kelly with the ATF, where she was sent the 3 casings that were found on scene, and then conducted test fires of the ZEV OZ 9mm that was sent to her, and compared those 3 casings to the test fires that came from that ZEV OZ 9mm. You are going to hear that the casings that are found on the scene were fired by this ZEV OZ 9mm pistol. Now, jumping back to the the timeline, November 19th, 2021. You are going to hear around 9 a.m., 90 Cameron Glen Drive in Sandy Springs, Georgia. You are going to hear about a 911 call of a burglary in progress. You are going to hear that Sandy Springs police officers arrive to that residence and they find the defendant inside the home, upstairs in this home. You are going to hear that the officers enter that home and command the defendant to come down from the upstairs. You are going to watch the body camera footage of this interaction with the defendant. After several minutes of commanding him to come down, the defendant would make his way down the staircase, dressed fully in camouflage, several layers with a mask and a fishing hat. You will then watch as the defendant, as soon as he hits that bottom step, attacks one of the officers there. You will see and watch that the defendant then stabs the Sandy Springs sergeant in the back of the neck multiple times. It is at this point that officers then shoot the defendant twice. They shoot him in the neck, in the right upper chest. You will watch the defendant be I want to talk about the 3 main pieces of evidence that you're going to hear about, and really they're just categories of evidence. Those 3 pieces of evidence are digital evidence, statements, and forensic evidence. What I mean by digital evidence, it's really the evidence that puts the timeline together. The surrounding surveillance videos of homes surrounding the Hicks and the Lanz residence that show the defendant's arrival, the departure, and then in addition to the defendant's phone extraction being placed in the airplane mode. You are also going to hear about Justin and Amber's phone extraction, which show their last known activities. Now, statements. The defendant's statements to law enforcement, Scott Lanz's statements to law enforcement, and Teresa Lanz's statements to law enforcement. And last, the forensic evidence. This is the defendant's gun. You're going to hear that he is the rightful owner of that gun. He had bought that gun. You're going to hear that the defendant's DNA is on that gun. And the casings that are recovered on scene were fired from that gun. Now, some expectations as we move through this week. There's no video of the murder itself. There was no video on the living room of where this murder occurred. But with the surveillance videos and the circumstantial evidence, we were able to provide that timeline to the court. There are 2 missing casings from the crime scene, because you will hear from Dr. Ashrath that they were shot. There were 5 shots, but there are 2 missing casings. As I previously stated, the surveillance video in the front of the Hicks household is incredibly difficult to see because of the dark nature. However, Detective Smith will show and point where to look at the appropriate times. There is no perfect timeline. There never is. But we will present a timeline for the court make the findings that we need to make. The defendant's statements during these interviews are odd at times, and you will not hear a specific motive in this case. Now, as the court knows, my duty is that the burden is on us. It's always on us. The burden of proof is always on the state to prove every criminal case as to each essential element of the crime charge beyond reasonable doubt, and that never shifts. Now, your duty this week is to listen to the evidence and ascertain the truth. What I mean by that is that I ask the court to look at the 5 C's. That's the corroboration of the evidence, consistencies and inconsistencies in the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses as they take the witness stand, and the conduct of the parties. And last, just common sense. At the end of the evidence, we will ask that you return a verdict that speaks the truth. There is only one truth in this case, and that truth is that the defendant is guilty to all counts of this indictment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ada Horowitz. Attorney Barrett, would you like to make your opening statement at this point?
It's very short.
Okay, you may proceed.
The object of all legal investigation, obviously, is to seek the truth. This is a very emotional case, very difficult case, as the court pointed out earlier. As the court already knows from your experience, the state has the duty and responsibility of proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And of course, what they say in opening is just what they allege the evidence to be. We'll have an opportunity to test that evidence and talk about it. Matthew believes that he has been set up by either FBI, CIA, or some government agency. I think you'll hear some information about that through his statements. The court will have the ability to listen to those and evaluate those. We believe that, and certainly are confident that the court, after you hear all the evidence in the case, will be able to make an enlightened and fair judgment as to the guilt of Matthew. We'll have an opportunity to come back before the court and talk about what the state's case has proven or not proven. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Barry. State, you may call your first witness.
State calls Timothy Hicks. Right chair, sir. Just remain standing until it's
You'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Have a seat for me, please. And once you're seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Timothy Johnson Hicks, and Timothy Johson, Hicks, Hicks, and I go by Tim.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed, ADA.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, we have shown all exhibits to defense counsel. Tim, before you took the stand, did I show you this photograph, State's Exhibit 1?
You did.
All right, and who's in that photograph?
That's Justin, Amber, and Jacob.
Is that fair and accurate in-life photograph of Justin and Amber Hicks?
It is.
At this time, I move to tender State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
State 1 is admitted.
May I publish this?
Yes.
you said that it was Justin and Amber. Who is Justin Hicks?
Justin Hicks is my son.
What was his legal name?
Timothy Justin Hicks.
So not exactly a junior, but
Not
close.
junior, close.
And did Timothy Justin Hicks go by Justin?
He did.
How old was he at the time of his death?
At the time of his death, he was 31.
What did he do for a living?
He was a firefighter for Cherokee County. Firefighter paramedic.
How long was he with Cherokee County Fire Department?
Before his death, about 6 years.
Did he wear any glasses or corrective lenses or anything?
He did. He wore glasses.
Did he wear them regularly or just at night?
Somewhat regular, but I think mostly for driving and reading and watching TV, things like that.
Who is Amber Hicks?
Amber's my daughter-in-law. She would be Justin's wife.
Did she go by Amber?
She did.
How old was she?
Amber was also 31.
What did she do for a living?
She was an audiology assistant at the time of her death.
Wonderful. How long were they married? Do you remember when they got married?
I believe the year they got married was 2017.
Okay. Do you remember the date?
April, maybe April 12th.
Does April 22nd sound right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. April 22nd of 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm doing math correctly, were they married for about 4 years at the time of their deaths?
They were.
And then here in the photo, we also have this little boy. What is his name?
The little boy is Jacob Raymond Hicks.
When is his birthday?
September 4th of 2019.
Also, prior to taking the stand, did I show you State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recognize that photo?
I did.
And who's that a photo of today?
Can I see it again? I know that I
That's
saw
okay.
it. And
That's okay. State's 3.
that's Jacob.
Is this a more recent photograph?
It's not that old.
And is that a fair and accurate photo of Jacob today, one of the surviving victims in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
States 3 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So how old is Jacob today?
Today, Jacob's 6.
Where does he primarily live?
He lives with my wife and I, Charlene.
And your wife, is that Justin's dad?
No, Justin's mom.
I mean, mom, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
okay.
Yes. Okay. I want to talk to you about 5059 Verbena Drive. Do you recognize that address?
I do.
And prior to testifying, did you see a photo of that residence?
I have.
Okay. Was that State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recognize that photograph? Had you seen it before?
Yes, ma'am.
How had you seen it before?
I saw it by Justin and Amber, and I believe it one time or another it was probably a Facebook post, and my wife and I both, I think, were text a copy of it.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of their residence at 5059 Verbena Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Any objection? States 2 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Is this the photo we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall?
She can show you the.
Okay. Yeah, that's correct.
And do you recall the significance of this photo or when it was taken?
If I remember correctly, the photo was taken shortly after they moved in.
Was this kind of that obligatory first new home photograph?
Yeah, kind of.
Now that address, 5059 Verbena Drive, what is the city that it's located in?
Ackworth.
Is that in Cobb County?
Yes, ma'am.
Who kind of initiated the purchase of this home?
Well, Justin and Amber both saw the home and were looking together, and when they saw this particular home, I believe Amber kind of fell in love with it, and that was kind of the house that she wanted, and so that's the one they aggressively pursued.
Were they excited when they were able to purchase this home?
A whole lot.
Was this a big deal for them?
Yeah.
Now, once they moved into this residence in September of 2021, did they decorate and furnish the house?
Yeah, they decorated and furnished it.
Did they keep it pretty clean?
Clean's not the word for it. I mean, Justin's a neat freak.
Okay. Immaculate, maybe.
Oh yeah, he didn't have a speck of dust or crumb or he's pretty. I'm not saying Amber wasn't, but I know Justin was.
Did they typically, clean up and tidy up before they went to bed at night or relax?
Yeah, typically that dishes were done, things were put away. In fact, they even, best I can remember, they prepared for the next day. Had like Justin would have his uniforms pressed or whatever and ready to go.
Diaper bag packed,
Diaper bag packed, and
What about safety measures? Did they have their house baby proofed for Jacob?
They did. Jacob's room, actually, Justin had turned the bedroom door into a two-way door, maybe like a barn door, where you could open the top or the bottom, and they'd open the top so they could see in, but Jacob couldn't get out without them knowing it. And they had a baby monitor. They had gates on the upper and lower end of the staircase. And if I remember right, they had a gate or two actually on the main level blocking something. And those gates were locking gates. I forget the kind of lock, but it was more or less a child-proof lock.
And do you know whether those child-proof locks were engaged typically when Justin and Amber were still awake at night, but Jacob had already gone to sleep?
If Jacob had gone to sleep and they were sitting up for a little while, the gates were most likely unlocked.
Okay. But they would secure them before
They
bed?
would secure them when they went to bed.
What about locks on, baby locks on like doors to the exterior?
They had some of those. They also had some of those little hinge things you put on cabinet doors and things like that. Plugs in the sockets and outlets and.
Really made a lot of efforts to keep that house baby proof.
Yeah.
Did they have a security system?
They did. I believe it was one called Ring. Was it Ring? That's what what I remember. I think it was Ring. One of them at the door, cameras, and you can see it on your cell phone, kind of thing.
And do you know whether they had subscriptions where data stored for things like the footage?
I think they did. I think they had I don't know who the alarm company was, but I believe they did have some sort of, they had some sort of system where it was recorded.
I want to direct your attention to November 17th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Unfortunately, I do.
Do you remember what Justin was doing on November 17th of 2021?
On that particular day, he was off of work. My wife and I were babysitters for Jacob while they worked. And anytime Justin was off, he kept Jacob himself. So I knew that he was off because Jacob was with him. And not sure what all they did that day. Hang on, let me gather my thoughts back.
Well, let me ask you this. So Justin and Jacob were home that day.
On the 17th, yeah, I'm trying to get the date between
That's okay.
17 and 18,
I
right?
know, it's okay. What kind of car did Justin drive?
Justin drove a black F-150 pickup truck.
And did Amber have her own car as well?
She did. She had a Chevrolet Equinox.
And do you know on November 17th of 2021, were both of their vehicles home?
No, that particular day would have only been Justin's truck because they had gone the night before. Or that, yeah. They dropped it off at a mechanic and needs some sort of repairs, and so they had dropped it off and met up at some point and would have all been in Justin's truck.
Did anything for the time that you had contact with them on November 17th of 2021, did anything seem off to you?
Everything seemed fairly normal.
And now I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yeah, that's where my memories mostly, that's where I'm drawn to trying to answer your questions about the 17th.
Why is it that your memory is drawn there? What happened on November 18th of 2021?
My wife and I were in bed asleep. It was early in the morning. And my phone rang, and it was Amber's work, her boss from work. And she had asked if we knew where Amber was. And I told her, no, we don't know what's going on. She said she hasn't reported for work. And I'm like, okay. And it's kind of like spiritual radar went off inside me, and I knew something was wrong. 'Cause I'm personally a pattern person. And I just keep up with patterns. And I knew that she should be at work. Justin would be off with Jacob. And so I immediately woke my wife up, and I told her, I said, if you're going with me, get in the van, let's go. And we drove to their house on Verbena. And we parked in the driveway, and I noticed first the garage, because that's where, when you pull in, the garage was, which we were facing. Off to the left was the sidewalk that led to the front door. And I ended up going to the front door, and I was banging on it very hard. And I gradually got harder and harder because I wasn't getting any response. And finally I was banging on it so hard it was actually bowing a little bit. And I didn't hear the dog bark. I didn't hear Jacob. I didn't hear anybody. And so I have prior law enforcement experience, so I did go over there armed. And I kind of jumped into law enforcement mode, and I started searching the perimeter of the house. I left the front door and I went around to the left side of the house. And was walking, edging the wall all the way around, quick peeks and looking. And in the backyard, they have this little breezeway kind of things, like a patio. And when I got to the corner of the house there, where that separates, I did a quick peek, and I saw that the blinds and curtains were flapping in the wind, and there's glass everywhere on the patio. I knew then there'd been some sort of forced entry. I approached the window. My intent was to go in. I approached the window, pushed the blinds back. And I looked in. The first thing I saw was a bunch of glass inside that room. That door and window enters would have been Jacob's playroom. And as I looked in there, I noticed there was lots of glass all on the floor. I peeked a little further and looked to the left. The left would have been their living room or den, or however you want to call it, their TV room, couch and all over there. And as I peeked in, I saw them. saw that, I'd already kind of got into cop mode, and I backed out because I was the only one there, other than my wife and daughter, and they wasn't going to help me clear the house. That wasn't even going to happen. So I backed out the window, and I took a low ready position. And my daughter called 911 and had my wife take the van out of the driveway, parking on the street, and I had both of them get on the opposite side of the van for cover. I didn't know if anyone was still in the house or not.
I want to stop you right there, so I want to slow down just a little bit.
Okay.
Had you ever gotten a call from Amber's work before?
Never have.
Is that
I have, but not on things like that. It was generally, I own a woodworking business, and they called a couple times and want to help with some projects they're working on, but nothing out of the ordinary, like nothing that's a life-changing pattern, you know. It was all just other things.
So to your knowledge, had she ever just not shown up to work?
And Amber never do that. If she wasn't going, she'd call.
Prior, I know you said you just got that feeling and wanted to get in the car immediately. Did you try to call Amber?
We did. We tried to call both their phones. I had my wife, I think maybe my wife and my daughter calling them as we were driving, or as I was driving.
And were you ever able to get any response from anyone?
No response on either phone, and that just intensified the whole unction. Something's not right.
Did you try texting as well?
Maybe. I don't remember for sure, but probably.
When you say that you all jumped in the car, so who was driving?
I was driving the van, and
Who was in the front with you?
my wife would have been in the front seat and my daughter in the back.
And who's your daughter?
Ashley Hicks.
And so Ashley and Justin are brother and sister.
They are.
Who's older?
Justin would be older. And then I have a son, Michael. He would be next, and then Ashley's the baby.
So you mentioned that you had prior law enforcement experience. Where was that?
Cherokee County.
How many years?
Just right about 15 years.
And so when you originally arrived there, where did you park your vehicle or the van?
When I first pulled in, I pulled straight in the driveway beside Justin's truck.
And so your car was basically right next to him at the parking spot.
Right next to the truck in the driveway. The truck would have been to my left as I pulled in.
And when you said that you went to the front door and you were kind of pounding on the door, were your wife and Ashley next to you, or did they stay in the van?
They got out. They wasn't quite up to the door yet. They never really moved too much out of the driveway until I got to the back. And then Charlene just kind of peeked around the corner. And that's when I told her, I said, get back. Move the van up to the street. And actually, you call 911. And then both of you get on the opposite side of the van and stay down. Hunker down and stay there.
Your Honor, at this time, state moves to tender States Exhibits 4, 5, and 6. States Exhibit 4 is the business record certificate from Cobb County 911 Communications. States Exhibit 5 is the 911 audio recording of Ashley Hicks, and States Exhibit 6 is the CAD report. Both the audio and CAD report are covered by the business record certificate in States 4.
Interjection? 4, 5, and 6? States 4, 5, and 6 are admitted.
And Your Honor, can we go ahead and publish States Exhibit 5?
Yes.
What's the location of your emergency?
Hi, I'm here to report a break-in.
What's the address?
That is the address. 1 second, ma'am. What's the address? $5059 Verbena.
359 Verbena?
5059 Verbena.
And what is your name?
We need someone here immediately.
What is your name?
Ashley Hicks,
Your
my
telephone number?
brother and his wife and a 2-year-old son are missing.
What's your telephone number?
678
Uh-huh.
523
Uh-huh.
7974.
Right, and tell me exactly what's going on.
What, ma'am?
Tell me exactly what has happened.
So, my sister-in-law's work called saying that she hasn't called in today and it's out of character for her.
Mhm.
So we stopped by their house and invested the area trying to see if they made a tip. And one of the windows in the back is broken.
There's a window in the back that's broken.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you guys gone inside the house?
No.
Okay.
My father's a retired cop, and he does have a gun with him for
Okay. But
defense.
you guys are waiting outside for the officers, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, we are standing,
Okay.
at the edges of the street.
All right, give me just
By
one
the
second.
driveway.
Give me just 1 second to type in what you said, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You said it was a back glass of the door or just a window?
The window, ma'am. We don't know if anyone's still in the house. My father's kept us all outside and away from the house.
All right, now I've got it in for dispatch. So you guys have not went inside the residence. And where did you say you were standing?
We're standing by the driveway,
Are there,
kind of on the road. I am wearing a purple hoodie, my dad is wearing a gray sweatshirt, and my mother is wearing a black hoodie. Again, we are unsure if there's anybody still in the house. We currently haven't heard anything, but we haven't checked, so we're unsure.
okay. Now, as far as the family, are there cars gone or, like normally would you see a car in a driveway and it's not there or it is there?
There are typically 2 cars. My brother, his wife, and their son went to drop off his wife's car.
Uh-huh.
So far, only the truck is here. And no one has heard from them so far in about 11 to 12 hours.
What's your brother's name?
Justin Hicks, Timothy Justin Hicks.
What's his wife's name?
Amber Hicks,
And how many children do they have?
just one. He is a 2-year-old named Jacob Raymond Hicks.
Okay. Now, as far as anything else with you guys looking at the house, I'm not asking you to go back down there. Do you see anything else that looks like it's been disturbed or that it doesn't look right?
Not that I could see. I went around the house with my father, and all we noticed was a broken window.
And that you know of, that window was not broken before?
No, ma'am. My father said for the police need to get here now, or he's gonna go in.
They're on the way. I would suggest that you stay there and wait for them.
He said EMT needs to get here too.
The what?
EMT needs to get here too.
Who's injured?
Case. He said just in case. We don't know if anyone's still inside or not.
Okay.
We're now across the other side of the street in a neighbor's driveway. We're trying to stay away from the house.
And you guys have tried calling them on their phones and they're not answering? Is that correct? Ashley?
We'll now publish part 2 of that same call.
Hello?
Hey, we got disconnected.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, I just want to confirm that you guys have called them on their phones and they didn't answer.
We've tried calling multiple times now. My brother's phone rings a few times if we're going to voicemail. My sister-in-law's phone immediately goes to voicemail. As according to my mother, they've been off social media for about 12 hours now.
Okay.
Do you know how long police will get here?
They're responding emergency, you guys just stay where you are.
Yes, ma'am. Dad, she said they're responding emergency.
I've got 4 officers that are on the way, so you guys just wait there and let them check the home, okay?
Yes, ma'am. She said 4 officers are on the way.
I'm gonna stay on the phone with you until they get there, that way you can let me know if you see anything or if anything changes, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They're coming emergency, they're running lights and sirens, and the sergeant is also en route. You guys just stay where you are, okay? I'll let you know when I show their close.
Yes, ma'am. She said they're responding emergency. The sheriff is also inbound.
No, the sergeant.
He has what's the ETA?
They're responding lights and sirens, just hold on. Hold on
She
one
said
second.
they're responding lights and sirens. He's asking if you could radio them what their ETA is. He's a retired cop from Cherokee.
1 second, I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am. Nothing yet. Mary, you still there?
I'm still here.
One just pulled up Cobb County, please.
All right, and you can let me go. They're there.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Tim, was anyone found alive inside that residence?
Jacob was eventually.
What about any pets?
They had a dog named Bruno and a cat named Cat. Yeah, cat's name was Cat. Bruno, the officers eventually brought Bruno and Jacob out of the house. I'd like, if you don't mind, I want to say that during that 911 call, I haven't told my wife or daughter anything about what I saw. I left it alone, and I guess my wife was kind of having unctions as well, and that's what you hear in the background, is her screaming out.
Is that why you went ahead and asked for EMT?
Yeah.
Okay, when your daughter said just in case.
When I saw them inside the house, based on my experience, I knew that they were gone and there was no bringing them back from what I saw. But yeah, I asked anyway.
And at that point, had you laid eyes on Jacob? Did you know whether he was
I did
alive?
not see Jacob at all. I was very concerned about it. Honestly, my first thought was that he had also been killed.
When you finally laid eyes on Jacob, was he crying?
He was not saying anything or crying. The officer that brought him out was a black officer. I think his name was Winston. I think. And he brought him out, and Jacob was basically catatonic. He had a blank stare on his face. He wasn't crying. He wasn't saying a word. He just hung in Officer Winston's arm like a sack of potatoes. And Officer Winston brought him over to my wife and I at the van. And normally when Jacob would see Nana, he'd just bubble up. He did nothing. He didn't acknowledge anything.
Had you ever seen him like this before?
Never have.
What was he wearing?
He was wearing pajamas, a long sleeve shirt and pajama pants, bottoms, and his pajamas were covered in blood, and it was dried.
The blood was dry.
It was dried on his clothes, and it bled through to his skin.
Do you remember whether his pajamas were otherwise dry or wet?
He had on a diaper. I don't know how many times he'd gone in it, but it was heavy. I mean, he was wet for sure. I don't remember if he had number 2 or not, but he was wet more than once.
A heavy diaper is the way you
A
described
heavy
it.
diaper.
Did he have anything in his hands?
Yeah. He was clutching Justin's glasses,
Would
and
Justin-
he wouldn't let go of them. We pried them from his hand, and I believe, I don't remember for sure if it was me or who, but we ended up giving them to the detectives, the glasses.
Are those glasses that Jacob or that Justin would use to watch TV?
Yeah.
Now, developmentally, was Jacob a fairly normal 2-year-old?
Absolutely.
Was he attached to his parents?
Yes.
Did he often try to get their attention?
Yeah. Yeah, if he wanted something, he didn't have a problem trying to get somebody's attention to get it or whatever. Still don't. But
If his parents were on call or busy or preoccupied, would he get frustrated if he couldn't get their attention?
yeah, he would keep pursuing
Kind of like any 2-year-old.
like any 2-year-old.
Do you know what time he woke up back around that time? Typically, I mean,
Typically, he would wake up probably between 6 and 6:30 in the morning. The habit. I mean, he woke up pretty. He kept steady with the pattern even when Justin was off and kept him. But the pattern is when Charlene and I would watch him, he would get up about 6:30, and Justin and Amber would get ready for work, and Amber would drop him off at our house to babysit for the day, and he was up by then, stayed up usually.
and so typically when he woke up between 6 and 6:30 in the morning, would he have a diaper change?
Oh yeah, he would have his diaper changed.
Was he potty trained at all when he was?
Not then, no.
Now, was he able to change himself or put on his own clothes or anything?
Not then.
And so Justin and Amber would wake him up, change diaper, put clothes on.
Right.
What about feeding himself? Who typically prepared his breakfast?
Amber and Justin would occasionally, if Justin was off from work, and then usually he had breakfast when he got to our house.
Is that still
So-
pretty early?
Excuse me?
Is that still pretty early in the morning?
Yeah, by then there'd be 8 o'clock maybe.
Now, was he able to get anything out of the refrigerator or go into the pantry himself and make his own breakfast back when he was 2?
No, not then.
Able to get himself any water or anything?
No.
Now, by 10 o'clock in the morning, had he typically eaten by then?
Yeah, usually by 10 he'd had his food and probably a couple of cups of juice or something from a sippy cup. And
Snacks?
probably snacks, yeah.
Now, on that day, do you remember once he came out of the home, did he eat at all?
The best I know that he had not eaten since dinner time the night before.
Did you have him checked out by EMS?
The EMS was on the scene, and I remember it was a female EMT or paramedic. I'm not sure what her title was, but she was a medic. I knew that. And she stayed kind of close to us. And at one point, Jacob still hadn't come around. It took a few hours for him to even realize he was still in the world. And when the EMT lady, she was a little concerned and said, if he don't come around soon, we probably need to transfer him to the hospital. But before that took place, he did come around. It was almost like he'd woke up from a bad dream. He just like woke up and, Nana, you know.
After he had been with Nana for a long time.
She's holding him, yeah, but before that he didn't even move. He just laid there.
Now, did that behavior continue for some days after? Or?
Not that particular behavior, but a little quieter than the average 2-year-old maybe.
And y'all had watched him regularly, so
Since he was 2 months old.
Okay, so quieter than you had seen him previously.
Yeah, he was kind of a little bit docile for several days after.
Did he have any cuts or anything on his feet or his hands?
I didn't notice any cuts or anything on him.
And so you had mentioned that there was kind of blood on his PJs that had kind of soaked through even to his skin. Was any of that blood, best you could tell, from Jacob himself?
That blood came from the crime scene.
obviously you spoke to officers on scene. Could you think of anyone in this world who would have wanted to hurt Justin and Amber?
I cannot think of one person that would be considered their enemy. I mean, both of them just easygoing, likable kind of people. Kind of when they walked in a room, kind of lit it up, and without being flamboyant, made their presence was known. It was just someone pleasant to be around. Often, if you felt a little uneasy, they had this unspoken way of bringing about a certain amount of calm. And Justin, he takes after me. He's a jokester, so he's always joking about something and cutting up about something. And he and I would razz each other back and forth about something. We like to fish together quite a bit, and it's always competitive when we go. It's just the two of us, but you would think it was a Bassmaster Classic between us. It often was, but yeah.
Thank you so much. That's, I have some questions.
Might be appropriate time for a break. We've been going for about an hour and a half and giving Mr. You don't have any questions? Okay.
Maybe you release from the subpoena?
Yes, is there any objection to Mr. Hicks being excused and releasing the subpoena?
No, no.
Okay, Mr. Hicks, you can step down and you can remain in the courtroom if you'd like. All right. Let's come back at about 10:45. We'll get started and state you can call your next witness. We'll stand in recess. Thank you, everyone, be seated. Just want to remind everyone, if you are on Zoom, motor vehicles should not be operated in any way if you are on camera. So just need to remind everybody of that. But it's a motor vehicle. Okay. Now, I can't stop you, but you all see it, so y'all can make a decision. What y'all want to do. I just don't want anybody getting hurt while you're watching the proceedings and. And I also need to remind everyone who's on Zoom that their devices should be muted. You might want, if somebody does know him, you might want to just tell them to go off camera, so you can listen but be off camera. Yeah.
Sorry, Your Honor, I had to run downstairs.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
They didn't know I was up here.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, we are back on the record for State of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-00922. All parties are present. 88 Green, you may call your next witness.
At this time, state calls Officer Matt Brown.
Thank you. Apologize, Attorney 88 Warwick.
Good morning. You raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I swear to God.
Thank you. Have a seat for me, and once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
All right, it's Matthew A. Brown, MATTHEWABROWN.
Okay, you may proceed, and for the record, there is no familiar relationship between the court and the witness. Proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Brown, how are you employed?
I'm employed with Cobb County Police, sir.
And how long have you been employed with the Cobb County Police Department?
Since 2004.
Now, in what capacities have you worked for the Cobb County Police Department since 2004?
I worked the road for about 10 years. I was transferred to Special Operations DUI Task Force in 2014. I spent 5.5 years there, and then in 2020, I think January 2020, I went to the STEP unit, which investigates all serious injury and fatal crashes in Cobb County. The STEP unit? STEP.
And if you'll bring the microphone just a little bit closer, thank you.
Okay.
Now, since 2004, have you been post-certified?
Yes, there was a short gap where I left the department for 10 months to complete a degree and came right back.
Now, so since getting that degree, have you been post-certified?
I have, yes, sir.
And then what does it mean to be post-certified?
You've been through the minimum requirements that the state of Georgia has put aside to be trained as an officer.
Now, I want to jump to November the 18th, 2021. Were you on duty that morning?
I was.
In what capacity?
We were actually answering calls for Precinct 1. They had some training as an entire precinct, so we were covering the road for them, answering calls.
Now, when you say responding for calls, what does that mean?
Someone calls 911, they'll dispatch us out to it. So we weren't doing our step duties. We were answering calls for service.
Now, at some point, were you dispatched to 5059 Verbena Drive in Akbar?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Cobb County?
It is.
What were you being dispatched to?
Kind of a welfare check, missing persons, possible missing persons. I think it was also, there was some forced entry, so possible burglary, so it was kind of a serious call.
Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. Exhibit 6. What kind of document is this?
That is the CAD report from 911.
Now, what is a CAD report?
It records the first time the 911 call was put in, and then everything from that point on, address, time, who was dispatched, when they arrived, anything we say in the radio to dispatch, they'll add it to the call.
So does it document as soon as that call comes in, the 911 call comes in?
Yes, sir.
In this document, what time was this 911 call created?
Showing 9:34 and 43 seconds.
Is that AM or PM?
AM.
And so for this incident here, is that the time that the first 911 call came in?
Pretty close to it.
And so once this phone call came in, around what time did you arrive?
I think it was close to 9:45, a couple minutes before that, maybe 9:43.
Now, when you arrived to that location, what observations did you have?
There were a couple people already at the residence, family members of Mr. and Mrs. Hicks.
Now, where did you come in contact with them?
I believe as I was getting out of my car, I believe they met me in the road right near their driveway.
Now, did you kind of get a rundown from them of what they had observed?
Yes, sir.
Now, what did you do with that information?
Realized we needed to check the perimeter. They said there was a busted window in the back of the residence, so that's where we went to.
All right. And so did you actually make your way around the house at that point?
We did cut through the side of the yard and right to the back door.
Now, when you got to the back door, what did you observe?
A window to the right of the back door. There were two back doors, one on each side of the house. On the right side of the house, there's a window to the right that was busted out.
Did you notice any glass?
A little bit of glass on the concrete. Most of the glass was inside it was like a sunroom on the floor.
Now, when you were outside of that window, could you really see into the house?
Initially, no, because there was a set of blinds blocking everything. They were pulled down. We moved those and still couldn't see inside them.
Could you hear anything from the interior of the house?
A dog barking loudly.
Could you hear a child?
Not at first. When we moved the blinds, I could hear a child's voice, a small child's voice.
So once you're in front of this window, what did you do next?
We knew we needed to get inside. We checked the doors, and they were both locked. So I decided to crack out the remaining pointy shards of the window so I could make entry.
And were you able to make an entry?
I did, yes, sir.
So once you were inside the home, kind of walk me through what you observed.
There's glass all over the floor. I looked up and I saw probably like a 2-year-old child peek around a corner. Seemed to be pretty scared. As I walked further into the living room, I saw Mr. and Mrs. Hicks, deceased. I believe Mrs. Hicks was on the couch and Mr. Hicks was on the floor, kind of sitting up. He had a toy on his leg. First thing I wanted to do was go check on the child.
Now, when you said that you wanted to check on the child, kind of walk me through that.
Well, he looked very young. It being about almost 10 o'clock in the morning, I figured he'd been by himself for a while. I wanted to check on him. When I spoke to him, I could tell he was soaking wet and he had blood all over his pajamas. Diaper appeared pretty full. I mean, like he has not been changed since the night before.
So once you came in contact with this child, what did you do next?
When I saw the child, I actually went and forgot to unlock the door for my partners to get in. So I went back and unlocked the door and went and got the child. He was in a front office room, right around a desk, and I think he's holding a set of reading glasses. Checked on him as soon as I found out he was okay. I picked him up and carried him through the front door. I had to unlock the front door and went around and gave him to his relatives.
Now, after giving the child to his relatives, what did you do next?
Went back around to the window and met with Justin's father, and I believe it was Amber's father as well.
And, just generally, what kind of conversation were you having with the fathers?
I believe they suspected that it was going to be bad news, and I had to give them the bad news that Justin and Amber were deceased, but their grandson was okay, and I had turned them over to other relatives before talking to them.
Now, once you kind of had this conversation, what did you do next in your investigation?
At that point, we needed to clear the rest of the house, make sure that if there was a burglar inside, he was not still inside.
And, kind of for the judge, what does it mean to clear a house?
We go room for room. We're checking anywhere that a person could be hiding to make sure there's no one hiding inside.
And did you search the upstairs bedrooms and the sort of this home?
Yes, we did.
And for the court, can you describe kind of the state of the upstairs?
Very clean. Everything seemed to be in order. Nothing was displaced. Found items of value, handguns and rifles still in the closet, not touched.
Now, were you equipped with body camera that morning?
I was.
And was it operating that day?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Prior to your testimony, did we meet?
We have, yes.
And were we able to go over your body camera from that evening or that morning?
Yes, sir.
And was that body camera a fair and accurate copy of the recording from your body camera that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked the state's Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 7 is admitted.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes.
And for the record, we are starting this body camera at 17 minutes and 30 seconds.
How are you? Retired Lieutenant Cherokee. How are you? This is my son and daughter-in-law's house. Okay. I'm a dad.
And this is my son's wife's dad. Amber, who's the daughter, their work called us this morning and she had reported for work.
Okay.
And
The window.
the window in the back busted completely out.
Okay.
You have to come to the door.
Alright.
At this point, we gotta go in.
Yep, well, we'll go check it out. What's your son's name?
Justin.
Justin and Amber? Okay. Alright. We'll walk back there. Yep. What kind of dog? Has he been barking yet? Have you heard him barking? Yeah, just stand by with us. We'll get the dog.
Neighbor the other day.
No, I did not. All right. You got a pit mix, they said.
You go in, they're like kitchen lights, that's the kitchen, dining room, living room,
Okay.
baby playroom,
Street lights.
upstairs.
All right, I'm gonna see, will this lead into the house too?
Yeah.
Cobb County Police! Bruno. Hey, Bruno. Hey, Bruno, what's up, buddy? Bruno. Already broken. Come on. Buddy.
Call police!
Jacob. Hello? Hey, keep him out. Hey, baby, how are you? Okay, come here. Come here. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, how are you? Okay, come here. Come here. Come here. Stay right there. Stay right there. I'm gonna stay with this kid real quick.
You take the kid out or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure there's. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, where they at? Where's Granddad? Where's Granddad? Okay, go get Granddad for me.
What's wrong?
Who are you?
I'm his mother. The son lives here.
Okay. I need to speak to your husband.
He's in the back.
Okay, just hang out here for me. Guys. We got Jacob with him up here. No. I know they're both in there.
No.
They're both in there.
What? They okay?
No. They're not. Looks like they're both.
No.
Well, I don't know the.
Upstairs?
The downstairs right down the couch.
You got to see? Go back.
We got a holder for now. Sergeant's on his way.
What's it look like that happened shot? What?
I don't know. I looked at them.
They're both laying on the sofa right there in front of the TV?
They're both gone.
No.
Where was the baby?
He's running around. And I don't know what time it happened. There was the dog picking the floor. So. Yeah, we got.
Ask a favor of you. Just wait out here. Let us finish what we got going on and come back and answer questions, okay? We can't let anybody in front of the house. We can't let anybody.
I'm retired lieutenant at Cherokee. Protected for years. I know to go through and do my.
And get y'all way back there. I didn't know we were got to do. We're just on the downstairs wall because it's all that stuff.
Y'all there, any of the neighbors over here? I saw you got the kid out now. Yeah, that's it. All of it? We'll check. I'll check. I think he said he got the right side too. No, let's get it over. I'm gonna hold right.
I got this left door. Yeah, we got that one.
You got to hold on to your way now. I'm got the bomb hungry. All right.
Coming out. We're checking this fall. Completely empty. Yep, clear.
For the record, I'm stopping States Exhibit 7 at 20 seconds. Now, officer, prior to your entry to the window in the back, were all the doors locked?
The back two doors were locked, and when we went out the front, that one was locked. I don't know about any other doors.
And really, for your entry to this house, was it that window?
I'm sorry?
For the entry for yourself, was it the window that had already been busted out?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, I want to talk about the little boy, Jacob.
Yes, sir.
We kind of see you in the video kind of grab him in that media room, but then stick out a hand. Can you go over that action?
I guess I just wanted to be less traumatizing to him and just kind of put out a hand like I would do, you know, with my kids when they were that small.
Let me ask you it this way. You described Jacob as being wet.
Yes.
And on his clothing, could you see blood on him?
Yes, pajamas were wet, and he had blood stains all over his on the front of his clothing.
Now, was the dampness to his clothing just on his bottoms, or was it on the tops as well?
It was pretty much everywhere.
Now, I want to show you some photos. showing you what's marked as State's Exhibits 8 and 9. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize them?
They're taken from my body camera footage.
The body camera footage we just watched?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 8 and 9 into evidence.
Any objection? States 8 and 9 are admitted.
May I call the judge?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 8. Now, where is this screenshot taken?
That's going to be the living room, so the window is going to be kind of behind me to the left, and the front door is straight ahead. Bathroom's on the right, and Jacob's in like a little office area at the front of the house.
Now, into the right of Exhibit 8, kind of right here, is this Jacob standing right here?
It is.
Is this really one of the first times seeing Jacob once in the house?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 9. Who is this that we see here?
That's Jacob.
And what is Jacob holding?
A set of reading glasses, or eyeglasses.
Now, it might be hard to see, but I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Now, we kind of see some smudging on the front of the pajamas here. Is that what you remember to be blood?
Yes.
And at this point, were you worried about getting blood on your hands?
Yes.
And is that why you kind of waited to the last second to pick him up and take him to his family?
Combination of the blood and being wet.
Now, once you gave Jacob back to the family and you cleared the house, did you have any additional involvement really in the case?
Not at this point, no, sir. We stood by for crimes against persons detectives to arrive.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Mary, you may proceed with questions.
Good morning, Officer Brent.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Just a few questions that I need to ask you. Were you the first officer on the scene that appeared with a body cam?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you walked around to the back of the door, you noticed that the window was broken.
Correct.
Okay, and the shade was down.
Yes.
Were all the other shades down on the windows?
I don't remember. I remember that one. That's about the only one I remember.
Okay. And we saw on the body cam where you took your baton and knocked some more of the glass out.
Yes, sir.
So that you could get through. Was there a good bit of glass still in the window?
I would say majority of it was already broken. It was just some shards around the edges that I broke.
Would it have been difficult for somebody, say, your size, to get in that window with the glass configuration the way it was without breaking out some more of it?
I don't think it would be very difficult in my configuration with the uniform on. I think just regular clothes, you would be able to get in there.
Okay. And if you had a coat on or something like that, would it have been more difficult?
I don't know. It would be difficult in my uniform with the vest, and you're kind of top heavy. It's just kind of awkward.
Okay. Was there any of the glass that you saw that appeared to have any blood on it at all?
I didn't. I wasn't looking for that.
Didn't look for that?
No, sir.
And what you can tell, when you break a window, the glass usually goes into the room.
Yes.
So this would appear as though it was broken from the outside in rather than from the inside out.
Yes, sir.
Fair to say?
Yes.
You told us that the dog Bruno, when he first came to the window, was barking pretty loudly. We could hear the dog barking the entire time you were there.
Yes, sir.
And did it appear as though the dog was upset because somebody was in the house that you didn't know?
Initially, yes, sir. As soon as I kind of spoke to the dog, he calmed down.
Okay. And I think you indicated that the front door was locked and the back door was locked, but you're not real sure about all the other doors in the house.
That's correct. I didn't check any other doors. Those are the three that I had experience with.
Okay. And we saw that the TV was on.
Yes.
You came in the room. I also noticed going up the stairs was the TV clicker. Do you remember seeing that?
I remember seeing something on the stairs. I don't remember what it was, but there was something on the stairs.
Okay. Do you remember how many stairs up that clicker would have been?
Probably halfway up.
Okay. Did you see any other TV clickers down around the couch area?
No, but I wasn't looking for stuff like that.
Okay.
I didn't.
That would have been the detective that.
They probably did a fine tooth comb of the scene.
Where was the child's bedroom, if you remember?
If I'm not mistaken, it's up the stairs to the right.
Okay. And I didn't see any shell casings in your video. You were not looking for those either.
I didn't see any. My focus was on the kid when I first got in there. I didn't look for any shell casings.
When you came to the back door where the window was broken, did you see any item that would have broken the window, like a rock or a stick or anything that may have been used to break that window out?
I don't recall anything, no, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any redirect?
No, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
And released from subpoena?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
Statement calls Sergeant Mark Gaskew.
You'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and so help you God.
I swear.
Please have a seat for me. Once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Sergeant Mark Gaskew, that's M-A-R-K-G-A-S-Q-U-E. I work for the Cobb County Police Department.
Wonderful. How long have you been a sergeant for Cobb County Police?
10 years.
Right, and how many years total have you been with Cobb County Police?
19.
Right, are you post-certified?
I am.
I want to jump right into November 18th of 2021. Where were you assigned at that point in time as a sergeant?
I was a sergeant in our Major Crimes Homicide Division.
And what are the job responsibilities of a sergeant with major crimes?
You triage the calls that come in. Obviously, you handle and delegate the case assignments, and then obviously you monitor the investigation as it goes through.
Are you still a detective as a sergeant with major crimes?
I am, yes, ma'am.
So you do detective work as well as supervising?
I do.
Okay. And as part of the supervision responsibilities you have, does that include crime scene technicians?
Yes, when I was in homicide, the crime scene technicians fall underneath the sergeants of the unit.
Were you working back on November 18th of 2021?
I was.
All right, and at that point in time, do you recall what your hours were, just in terms of days versus evenings?
I worked the day shift.
Now, was that a weekday?
It was.
So were you actually in the office on November 18th of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Did you get a call regarding 5059 Verbena Drive?
Yeah, I believe it was just before 10 a.m. that morning.
Is that here in Cobb County?
It is.
All right, what did you do upon receiving notification of a call coming from 5059 Verbena Drive?
So when you receive a call like that, and obviously this one was involving 2 deaths, so it's a little bit larger of a response. You begin delegating. First, you assign who's going to be your primary detective, who's going to be his secondary, which crime scene technicians are going to go, who's typing search warrants. You just start laying out a plan.
How many detectives worked under you approximately back in 2021?
On day shift, I believe we were between 10 and 12 of us.
And typically, are really all 10 to 12 of you working on a case at the same time?
Yes.
In this particular case, who was assigned as the lead agent?
Detective Standard.
Did you actually respond to the scene that day?
I did.
All right, and prior to taking the stand today, did you and I have the opportunity to go through crime scene photos?
Yes, we did.
And was that taken by someone you supervised as the crime scene technician?
Correct. I was the crime scene supervisor that day.
Very good. And so prior to testifying, did you look at States Exhibits 10 through 305?
Yes.
Okay, and all of those have previously been shown to defense counsel. Are all of those photos true and accurate photographs of the scene as you observed it on November 18th of 2021?
They are.
State goes to tender States Exhibit 10 through 305.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 10 through 305 are admitted.
Very good. And may I begin publishing?
Yes.
All right, we won't go through every single one of these, but there's your little, you here.
Some of these are duplicious, this is not okay to make an objection for.
Okay, thank you.
Similar.
All right, and so noted for the record.
All right, so starting here with States Exhibit 10, what is being documented in States 10?
This is the mailbox to show the physical address of the home.
States Exhibit 12 here, what is this walkway we're looking at in States 12?
This is the sidewalk leading from the driveway we were just looking at around to the front door of the home.
Now we can see here, kind of in the Pine Straw area, ADT security. Was there an ADT security system?
Yes, there was, and it was actively monitored, an active account.
And was that like a video surveillance system or just an alarm system?
Just an alarm system.
States Exhibit 13, what are we looking at here?
This is the front door of the home.
States Exhibit 15, what am I pointing out in States Exhibit 15 on the door frame?
That's a Nest doorbell camera.
Now, were you able to determine whether there was any active storage or footage from that front doorbell camera?
We were, and there was not. It was a live-only viewing subscription, so no stored data.
States Exhibit 17, what am I pointing at in States Exhibit 17?
That's a newspaper beside the mailbox.
I'm looking at States 19 here. Did it have the date of that newspaper?
Correct. It had Thursday, November 18th, so the morning we were out there.
So obviously not been picked up.
Correct.
States Exhibit 20, what type of truck do we see in the driveway?
That's a Ford F-150.
Is it customary to take kind of 360-degree angle of vehicles that are in or within crime scenes?
Yes, it is.
States Exhibit 22, is that one of those photographs?
Correct, of the same truck.
States 23.
And that would be the other side of the truck.
Then States 24.
And the rear of the truck.
All right, was there any damage that you noted to this vehicle?
No.
State's Exhibit 25 here, what are we looking at in State's 25?
So this would be the garage doors directly behind that truck, and then a side door to the home just past that flag.
State's Exhibit 27.
Yep, and we're continuing down that sidewalk just past the garage doors to that side door.
The side door, is that what I'm pointing at on the
Correct.
right-hand side?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 28 here. Is this a kind of straight-on view of that side door?
Correct, as if we're continuing down the sidewalk.
Up in this corner near that side door, is there another sort of camera?
Yes, I believe that was another Nest camera, and then also live view only, so no paid subscription.
Now, State's Exhibit 29 here, do you recall whether this door was locked or unlocked?
It was locked, yes.
And State's Exhibit 30, what was to the left side of that door?
A delivered package.
State's Exhibit 32, what side of the house are we on now?
I believe you'd be on the south side of the house, so this is continuing past the door we were at, so the side of the driveway.
And what do we see up in the corner of the house?
That's a motion floodlight.
State's Exhibit 33.
That's continuing around the side of the home we were just looking at, so now we're in the backyard.
State's Exhibit 34.
Again, continuing around toward the back door of the home and the patio.
State's Exhibit 35.
And that would be the back patio, so we're looking straight at the rear of the home.
State's Exhibit 36.
That's a sunroom, or I believe it was the playroom for Jacob, and where their Christmas tree was inside that room.
Now, is it customary to kind of continue taking photos all the way around the house?
It is, yes ma'am.
So State's Exhibit 37, are we making our way further around the house?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 39, is this continuing to walk the perimeter of the home?
Yes ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 41, where is this vantage point?
So now we would believe to be on the north side of the home, looking toward the front of the home there.
Now we're going to focus on that kind of rear patio area. Was there any other damage on the exterior of this home, with the exception that of the window we're about to focus on?
No.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 42 here, did this door go into the residence?
It went into a sunroom area.
Was that locked?
It was locked, yes.
Looking at State's 43, was there another door kind of directly across from the sunroom door?
Yes, going into the child's playroom area.
And was that door locked?
Yes, it was locked.
And was there any damage that you all observed to either of those doors, like pry marks or anything, to indicate there had been attempted entry even at those doors?
No, there was not.
Looking now at State's Exhibit 44, where was kind of the focus of you all's investigation?
Okay, yeah, the one point of entry that we could find was the broken window right there to the right of that rear patio door.
Now, at the time that the crime scene, that you're supervising and going through the scene, as well as documenting the scene with your crime scene technician, have law enforcement already made entry?
Yes, they have. I believe they cleared the home multiple times.
And so, with some of the glass that's broken out actually from law enforcement?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 47. What's being documented in State's Exhibit 47?
It's a little closer up, obviously, of the window and of that Adirondack chair that's sitting there and some of the glass shards on the ground.
State's Exhibit 48.
More of the shattered glass from the window.
State's Exhibit 49.
And then continuing just to zoom in on the glass.
Looking at State's Exhibit 53 here, what side of the Adirondack are we on?
We're on the back side of it now, so our back would be to the home.
All right, and just for reference purposes, looking at that kind of white scratch, looking at State's 54, what are we looking at there?
That's a shard of glass from the broken window.
And is that kind of zoom in from the previous exhibit of State's 53?
It is.
Did you see any sort of like marking or pattern on some of the glass? State's Exhibit 55.
Yeah, continuing now, we've zoomed out from that glass just to show that broken window from a different angle.
Now going to State's Exhibit 57 there. At the time that you all were documenting this, is this how the blinds were, kind of like propped on that cat climbing?
Yes, that's how they were when we arrived.
And when you say we, you mean like detectives?
Detectives, yes, sorry. The crime scene unit.
State's Exhibit 58.
All right, yeah, we're zooming in, obviously on the glass. You can see here that's a double pane window, which explains the large amount of glass that we're looking at, and then showing some of the shattered glass inside as well.
State's Exhibit 60 here, what are we looking at?
Now we're inside the home, inside Jacob's playroom, looking back out that broken window.
And what do we have here on the left-hand side?
We have a Christmas tree.
State's Exhibit 61. Is there glass on top of Jacob's little bench there?
Yes, there is.
State's Exhibit 63. What is kind of the vantage point here?
So this is a lower shot with the crime scene technician kind of squatting down, looking back out the window.
State's Exhibit 64.
That's a large amount of glass shards just inside the window on the floor.
State's Exhibit 66. What door are we looking at here in the right upper corner?
So when we were looking at the exterior photos, when you looked at the window, that's the door that was to the left of it. So going into the playroom there, but that's an exterior door.
Is there any glass in front of that door?
Yes, we had glass shards coming in from the window there through the playroom. And that door was locked as well.
State's Exhibit 70.
Now we're looking at that door. So we've zoomed out. You see Jacob's bench right there to the left. So that's the exterior door to the patio.
Looking at State 72 here, what was on that patio door?
It's a child's lock, which I believe we saw on every exterior door of the home.
State's Exhibit 73.
Now this is the front door of the residence.
All right, State's Exhibit 76. What do we see in State's Exhibit 76?
Okay, so now I'm standing, this is back to that broken window, so the Christmas tree would be off to the right there and looking into the living room. Obviously, we have a child's gate that appeared that would have been closing off the playroom from the living room that was knocked over, and some toys lying on top of it, and a cell phone on top of it.
What do we see in this area in front of the fireplace?
And so another baby gate that appeared as if it had been placed around the fireplace but had been moved.
State's Exhibit 77. You mentioned some toys and phones. Is that depicted in State 77 on top of the baby gate?
Correct, it is.
In State 78, we'll circle back to this, but the black item here on State 78.
Yeah, we learned that to be Justin's cell phone.
So that was like an actual real cell phone, not some sort of toy.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 79. What do we see in State 79?
So now we're looking into the living room from the playroom toward the fireplace and that baby gate.
State's Exhibit 80.
Now we're looking at the couch, so just to the left of the fireplace.
State's Exhibit 221.
Now we're looking at Justin and Amber Hicks, deceased, in the living room. If you look directly behind them is the illuminated Christmas tree, and just to the right of that would be the window, the broken window.
And so from where Amber is there on the couch, without moving, would she have been able to see the window?
It does not appear so, no. It should be back behind that wall, tucked in there. Correct, right back there.
State's Exhibit 222.
This is Justin Hicks.
State's Exhibit 223.
It's another angle of Justin.
And what is it that was on Justin's lap there?
It's a child's toy airplane.
Now, from where, and back up just a minute here. Going back to States 221 here, had Justin been standing kind of relatively where his feet would have been, or are in this picture in States 221, would you then have been able to have some vantage point of the window in the playroom?
Yes, if he'd have looked off to his right shoulder, you'd have to turn to look to his right shoulder.
And going back to States 223 there, was that like a paper airplane or an actual like plastic?
No, that's a plastic acrylic child's airplane that obviously had been placed there after Justin had fallen.
And why is it that it would have been placed there after Justin had fallen?
I don't see a way it could have stayed where it is if he'd have been standing up. It was not attached to him.
States Exhibit 224 here, what are we looking at?
That's a closer up look and looking at the amount of blood that's on Justin.
States Exhibit 225.
Now we're looking at Justin's hands.
States 226.
This would be Justin's left leg, and then obviously just to the side of there you see a Fisher-Price fire truck.
There's some other pictures of that we'll circle back to. Now looking at States, so going from States 226 here to States y'all have now zoomed into?
That's a broken shard of glass just off the rug there in the living room.
States 228. What is this item that's on the rug, kind of in front of the ottoman?
It's a child's train whistle that you blow in, mimics the sound of a train.
Zooming in there, states 229. What was located near that child's train whistle?
We have some more broken glass.
States 230. Is that a zoom in of that same piece of glass?
It is.
States 231. What are we looking at here?
Now this would be standing obviously on the other side of Justin, standing over him. Shows how that plane is lying there lightly on his shorts. You can see the fire truck and another toy at his feet.
I'm looking at states 232 here, as well as states 233. What have y'all zoomed in on in those images?
It's what appeared to be a fresh cut on the inside of his thigh.
Going back to states 229 here, could you tell whether that was possibly, and I know that doesn't portray as well, and I'll know, but whether there was any possible blood stains near some of the shards of glass?
Possible. Obviously, we when you're working a scene like that, we swab and process everything that we think could possibly appear to be blood.
States Exhibit 234, what are we looking at here?
Now again, we've kind of moved a little bit more over Justin, showing the back of his head and the right side of his body now.
And what is behind his head?
Now we have a blood stain on the couch.
States 235, what do we see here kind of in the middle of the photograph?
Now another blood stain on Justin's shirt.
And States Exhibit 236, was there any sort of defect that was noted on the
Correct.
shirt?
Yeah, in the middle or in the area of that blood stain is some sort of hole.
States Exhibit 237, did you see any other defects on his clothing?
Yes, right there on his right arm, right shoulder area.
States Exhibit 238, is that a zoom in of that same shoulder area?
It is.
Looking at States 240, did you all also zoom into the area behind his head?
We did.
I think they only tendered up to 235.
What is it, 305?
305.
10 to 235.
305.
305.
10 to 305 is what the court admitted. Yes.
Now looking at States 243 here, who is kind of the focus of your attention in these next several photos?
This is Amber Hicks.
States 244, can you describe kind of the positioning of her body here?
She's lying, her body's on the couch, her feet and her legs are on a movable ottoman. She's partially covered by the blanket there. And obviously you can see her arms down by her side.
And what is this orange object that we can see by her legs?
It's a small ball, a child's toy. And then we also have the monster truck on the other side of her leg.
States 246, is that kind of zooming in on both the ball as well as the monster truck?
It is.
State's Exhibit 247 here.
Now we're standing at Amber's feet, looking toward her head.
And on the left side, kind of underneath the blanket, what is that?
That would be her other leg.
Is her leg kind of tucked under that blanket?
It is.
State's 248, what are we looking at here?
Again, now we're moving more to the left here. We can still see the ball, the monster truck. You can see the defect in Amber's right arm right there, and the glasses down off of her face.
State's Exhibit 250, how close was that ball to her hand?
Inches? Yeah, maybe 6 inches, maybe.
State's Exhibit 251, did she have glasses?
She did.
State's 252, is that kind of zooming in on her glasses?
It is, yeah. They were obviously not sitting naturally on her face how she would be wearing them. It appeared they'd either been pulled down from her face or had fallen from her face.
When you say pulled down, like from Jake out? Or?
Yes, from Jake, that was my assumption. With the amount of toys that was on her, that was my assumption.
Looking at State's 254 here, what are we looking at in State's 254?
That's a defect from a projectile in Amber's right arm.
State's 255, what was being documented in State's 255?
The blood on the couch coming from Amber.
Now, being there in person, looking at State's 256, could you tell whether there was any like coagulated blood or kind of thicker amounts of blood?
Yes, you could. That's typically what we would see from coming from someone's head.
And is that what's documented in 256?
It is.
State's 258, what vantage point is State's 258 taken from?
This is standing in the kitchen, looking out, or with your back to the kitchen, looking out over the couch toward the fireplace.
State's Exhibit 260, that kind of a better image of some of that coagulated blood.
It is. Again, this is standing with your back to the kitchen, looking over the couch.
State's Exhibit 265. Could you tell whether there was any defects in her shirt?
Yes, there is one, and obviously a large amount of blood. That's in her abdomen area.
Looking at State's 270, what items were close to Amber's hand from the couch?
Her cell phone is there. Obviously, there's a water cup, and then we see a baby monitor on the other side of the pillow.
Was that a video baby monitor?
It was.
Okay. Now, was it the kind that you have like a SIM card or some sort of subscription that you can go back on, or just
No, just a live feed.
Now, is it customary, again, when documenting the scene, to start moving the decedent so that you can better photograph some of the evidence?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Now, is that process also documented?
It is.
All right, looking at State's 273 here, explain what we're looking at in State's 273.
Okay, so we're looking at, obviously this is Amber's body with her shirt pulled up. We still see the defect there in her right arm. You see an abrasion on her stomach right there. And then a projectile is lying between her right arm and her right hip.
State's 274, is that a close-up of that projectile?
It is.
And was that projectile collected?
It was.
State's Exhibit 600. Do you recognize State 600?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how is it that you recognize State 600?
It is marked as the projectile collected on couch next to Amber Hicks.
And is that what we see in the image on the screen, which is State's Exhibit 274?
Yes.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 600 into evidence.
Any objection? State 600 is admitted.
State's Exhibit 275, what are you all starting to kind of focus on?
Now we're showing, obviously, the area around Amber there, showing the baby monitor, the monster truck, the toys.
State's Exhibit 277. Is that a zoom in of that baby monitor?
It is.
Now looking at State's 284 here, where are we standing?
Now we're standing just at the feet of Amber inside the couch, the L-shaped couch there, looking back toward the playroom, which is where the entry point is.
Okay. And at this point, had some of the items been marked?
They have been, yes.
Okay. In particular, what was State's Exhibit, or I'm sorry, not State's Exhibit, the crime scene Exhibit 1, or which had the number 1 marker?
Justin Hicks's cell phone.
Looking at State's 289 here, did you all kind of illuminate the screen so you could photograph any notifications?
Yes, we did.
And is that what we see on State's Exhibit 289?
It is, yes.
And so just to point out some of these things, the very top one here where we can see, well, first of all, what is the timestamp at which y'all are documenting the illuminated cell phone?
That's 11:51 a.m. on Thursday, November 18th.
And so the very first notification here where you can see your camera spotted someone, is that the front doorbell camera that we previously saw in photos?
Yes, the Nest camera.
And again, was there any video you were able to recover in terms of saved video footage?
No, we were not.
And then similarly, where there's 32 minutes ago, person seen zone 1 side door camera, again, was that any sort of footage that you were able to actually retrieve saved images or videos from?
No, no footage was returned to us.
And based on the notifications and background, is that how you were able to determine this was Justin Hicks' cell phone?
Yes.
And this cell phone that we see in State's 289 here, was that collected?
It was.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 606. Do you recognize State 606?
I do. It says it's a gray Apple iPhone belonging to Justin Hicks.
Is that from marker 1 in the crime scene photos that we're going through?
It is, yes.
Very good. And is that his actual cell phone that you all collected from the scene?
Yes, it is.
Right. State, and there's a biohazard sticker on here. What is that for?
Some sort of bodily fluid. It appeared to be blood on the phone.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 606 into evidence.
Any objection? State 606 is admitted.
And did it appear, based on you physically being present at the scene and making the observations that you did, that Justin Hicks would have been able to get his phone to this location with possible blood on it?
No, it did not. Our assumption, based off the way the house looked, is that Jacob most likely moved the phone.
State's Exhibit 292 here. What area of the house are we now focusing on?
This is the playroom just to the left of the Christmas tree. So again, we're in the same room where the broken window was.
State's Exhibit 293. What do we see?
We see a pretty decent amount of children's toys spread out on the floor and a trampoline as well.
throughout the rest of the home, did you see this volume of toys or mess?
No, this home was very clean, very orderly. Obviously, this area here and then where the toys had been moved into the living room where Justin and Amber were the only areas of the home that appeared to not be in order.
And based on how the toys appeared and things being dumped out, did it appear Jacob had been in this room?
Yes, to any of us that have had children, it appeared as if a child had been playing unsupervised.
Looking now at State's Exhibit 296, what did you all find underneath that trampoline?
There's a shell casing underneath it.
State's 297, is that a zoom in of that same shell casing?
Yes, it is.
Circle back to those in just a minute. Now, State's Exhibit 300. Was there additional kind of mess or disarray behind the trampoline?
Yeah, it looked as if possibly these storage cubes had been pulled out from that cubby area and then the toys dumped on the floor there and onto the trampoline.
State's Exhibit 301, is that kind of a better image?
It is correct. We're standing over the trampoline now looking at the pile of toys.
And on top of the trampoline, this white object, what is that?
Another one of those storage cubes. It's just collapsed.
And is it underneath this trampoline that we just saw that casing?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 302, what had Justin and Amber put up in their home in the playroom?
A fairly large Christmas tree.
And State's Exhibit, well, you can see it in State's Exhibit 302, was that lit? I mean, did they have lights on?
Yes, the lights were on. They
And were
appeared as if
lights?
they were twinkling.
So not the steady lights, but the
Correct.
kind of twinkle lights, okay. And were those on when you all first arrived?
They were, yes, ma'am.
Now I want to make our way back towards the living room area, looking at States 81. And I know we've gone out of order here, but it made the most sense. So looking at States 81, what are we now looking at?
Okay, this is, we would be standing with our back to the couch where Justin and Amber are lying, looking at the fireplace.
And you had previously mentioned this baby gate. Was there any ability for that baby gate to be actually like locked into the fireplace, or was it just one that you kind of place in front?
It appeared it had just been placed there. I know there are hooks on the gate, but I don't recall any mounting area for it, any anchors.
The way that baby gate was when you all arrived, did it appear to be really protecting anything?
No, it had been moved.
States Exhibit 82 here.
We're looking at obviously the built-in cabinetry to the right of the television.
Is this on the other side, States 83?
Correct, that's the built-ins on the left of the television.
Now looking at States 85, were there any toys around the area of the fireplace?
Yes, you had toys obviously inside the baby gate area and outside the baby gate area.
In States Exhibit 84, you actually see some additional toys outside the baby gate area.
You do, yes ma'am.
States Exhibit 86, what is this blue object within the baby gate?
It's one of those collapsible tunnels that like a toddler can crawl through.
Did that appear kind of out of place in that location?
It did, yes ma'am.
Just past the little tunnel, States 87, what else was there?
We had a shard of glass laying right there and then a projectile just to the right of it.
Based on the appearance of the point of entry, would it really have been possible for a shard of glass of this size to land in this particular area from within the living room?
No, that glass had to be carried there in one way or another.
States 89, is this kind of an attempted zoom into both the shard of glass and the projectile?
Yes, it is.
I know it's kind of difficult to see. Let me show you States Exhibit 90. Or better yet, let's look at States 91. States Exhibit 91.
Yes, that's the projectile inside the baby gate, lying just to the right of that shard of glass that we saw.
States Exhibit 601. Do you recognize States Exhibit 601?
I do, yes. It says it's a projectile collected from the floor in the living room.
Is that what's seen in States Exhibit 91?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
State moves to tender State 601 into evidence.
Any objection? State 601 is admitted.
States Exhibit 92. What are we looking at in States 92?
This is a dog bed just outside that baby gate area. So this would be to the left of the fireplace.
Did you all move that dog bed at all?
We did.
Okay, so looking at States 92, is that before y'all had touched it or manipulated it?
Correct. That's how it was when we entered the home.
States Exhibit 93, have y'all now moved it at this point?
We have.
Right. States Exhibit 94, what is it that was located behind the dog bed?
That's another spent shell casing.
States Exhibit 95, is that a zoom in of that same case?
Yes, it is.
Now looking at States 305, what area of the house are we now standing?
So we're now standing. We had moved the couch and the rug at this point. So if you're looking around the right-hand side, we'd be going toward the front door of the home. And that's that Fisher-Price truck that we had seen lying just to the left of Justin originally.
When you say lying to the left of Justin originally, was that more so in the doorway?
It was, yes. We had to move it as well.
And what is the purpose of moving items such as, something as big as a couch and a rug during the crime scene processing?
We're looking for any sort of evidence. Primarily at this point, we were attempting to find all the shell casings and projectiles that we could.
And did y'all go through kind of tedious and strenuous search efforts to find any additional casings or projectiles?
Yes, I believe we were on the scene until after midnight the following day, so quite some time attempting to find all the shell casings and projectiles.
Now, we can see here on the floor near the baseboard kind of two different markers. Did you all find anything of interest in that area?
Yes, there was fresh damage to the baseboard. Possibly a defect is why we photographed it.
Looking at States 96, is that starting to zoom in on that area?
It is.
And is it customary whenever photographs are taken by one of your crime scene technicians to kind of zoom in on certain areas so that you don't lose your bearings?
Correct.
Looking at States 97, is this the most zoomed in image of that damage?
Yes, it is. You see some damage to the floor, and then obviously to what appeared to be a freshly painted baseboard.
Looking at States 98, which area are we now focused exclusively on?
Now we're looking at the baseboard.
And then States 99.
And that's the flooring just in front of it.
States 100 might be a little bit better lighting. What was noted on the floor?
It's an abrasion or a friction mark of some sort. Our thought process is a projectile could have skipped off the floor and hit the baseboard there.
And did those two markings, they're seen in States 97, relatively align with one another?
They did.
Now going back to States Exhibit 305, did you find any projectile in that area at all?
No, we did not.
Can I have the attorney's approach for this one?
Yes.
All right, I think this will be appropriate time for us to take the lunch break. We'll be back at 1:30 and ready to begin. And just to remind Sergeant Gaskew, I understand that you know this, but just a reminder that not to discuss any of your testimony. Obviously, you can discuss it with the attorneys, but not to discuss it with anyone else.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You all have a safe and enjoyable lunch. We'll see everyone at 1:30.
let's see.
What I wanted to do, David, is
Okay.
since it's coming in so low,
Okay, well, we can fix that too. So, okay. Are you getting low on me now? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
let me get the headphone. Bring the headphones. I got on the pants. I was coming up. Is anybody still in the video room down there?
They can't hear.
Oh, they can't?
It's only on your feed, on your live feed. So, but if you're getting levels from me,
Yeah, I'm getting level.
it should be better. So I can adjust that hum should be gone now.
Okay.
So,
I'm getting level, I'm just not getting a high level.
okay, well we can work with that.
Yeah, I think I can fix that on my end.
No, here, let me give you a better,
You wanna do it?
I can give you more.
Okay.
Let's see if I can use this computer. Switch user. Working too hard today.
Today is not too bad.
Not too bad.
We don't have jurors,
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
I would really be working hard there.
Almost there, Tony.
I'm working on some stuff on my end. Another monitor.
Do you wanna set up a switcher?
That's what I was gonna do, but, I don't know if we have time to hook up the HDMI split up there.
Yeah, I can. I think I can get you here. You got a HDMI DA?
I should have a split in my box. Let me check. Shoot. And HDMI cable.
We're gonna tap off. Yeah, we can tap off that.
Well, you can.
Yeah. I got some shorties downstairs.
Yeah. was saying to come over here with the other state, and you said, yeah, all this stuff, all that set up, and could have looked out a couple of keys. Yeah, but I didn't know if, I didn't know you was gonna do it, and I would have just drove over.
Yeah. Okay, so you got a long HDMI now?
Yep.
We'll just follow this BNC. And actually, we'll Well, I didn't respect I wasn't really quite sure how much media was going to be here.
Yeah, see,
And
that way I could switch it away from it quicker than pan it away from it. And, that way I could, figure out what's good.
okay, so we can get now, we can get the BNC out of your life. Yeah. Not doing anything. Not doing anything anymore.
So what you got done for your, right?
I got hitting, a SDI to HDMI converter.
That's getting signal out of it.
That's hitting my transmitter.
Oh, your trans.
That's my transmitter.
Oh, okay.
And put that there out and get that out of our lives. Get this out of our life. Right here. Okay, I got some tape in there.
Yeah, I got tape, I got plates.
Cool. So.
Okay, hey, David,
Yes, ma'am.
Allison says she can hear you, if you can use the system.
Yeah, we were doing some audio tests.
They were doing some auto testing.
Audio tests.
Okay, where you at? What room are you in? Oh, okay,
Hi.
okay.
value prints on them. And then anywhere else inside the home that the crime scene technician would see fit, but the majority of it was focused on that back window, and I believe we did the back door as well, wondering if someone attempted to open the door, seeing if it was unlocked before breaking the window.
Okay. Were you able to locate any fingerprints?
Not of identifiable value, no sir.
Okay. And you identified the entry point, which you believe is through that window that was broken.
Yes sir.
And do you believe the person exited through that same?
I do believe that, yes sir.
Okay. But they could have opened the door and locked it behind them.
Yes sir, the doors were locked when the first uniform officers responded there, so if the door was locked behind them. Now I do believe the ADT report does not show that door opening. I don't recall directly, but I'm pretty sure we have a report from ADT that shows it was not open until the responding officers opened it.
Okay, which door would that be?
The door, if you're looking at the broken window, the door directly to the left of it, so the back patio door.
What about the front door?
The front door does not show any activity until obviously police officers are there going in and out.
Okay. So did the ADT report show any door anyone had exited?
No, sir.
And you were not able to see that window, what amount of glass was still in the window when the first officer arrived?
No, sir, I was not.
When you arrived, you told us that the Christmas tree lights were on.
Yes, sir.
Flickering lights. Was there a light on in that playroom?
I don't believe there was one, sir. It was daylight by the time I got there, but I don't remember there being one on.
And do you recall whether there were any lights on in the living room where the TV was?
I do not recall. Only the TV. I do know the TV was on, but no, sir, I do not recall any other lights on.
So we don't know exactly which lights may have been on.
Correct.
All right. In order to bust one of the windows, the double pane glass, you gotta hit it pretty hard.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to locate any instrument that may have been able to knock that window out?
We did not find anything at the scene, no, sir.
No rocks or sticks or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
If you used, say, the butt of a gun to do that, would there normally be glass that would be embedded somewhere in that gun?
Normally there would be, yes, sir. Yeah, if it's a polymer gun, obviously if it was metal, probably not, but a polymer gun, yes, sir.
Did you ever send the gun that was found that belonged to Mr. Lanz, did you ever send that to the crime lab?
I believe it was sent to the crime lab, yes, sir.
And do you know whether there was any glass found in the handle or anywhere around that gun?
I do not recall any glass being found there, yes, sir.
Did anyone look at that Adirondack chair that was there on the back? It looked like it was askew from where it should be. Anybody look at that to see whether it had any damage to it that may have been used?
We did, yes, sir. It was it's a plastic chair, so we weren't sure how effective it would be, but we did pick it up and look at it to see if possible. We did not believe it could be possible.
Okay, not able to determine whether, in fact, that may have been used.
Correct, sir.
The gate going from the little play area there into the living room, it appeared as though that it was pushed down, but pushed down from the living room area rather than pushed back towards the living room.
Correct, sir. That's the way it looks like it fell into the playroom.
Okay. The person who entered and fired the shot, would they have had to have gone past that in order to fire the shot?
Yes, sir. I believe they would have, yes, sir.
All right, so they would have had to have stepped over the gate.
Yes, sir.
The first shot, can you, from your calculations there, can you tell where the first shot was fired from?
No, I cannot, sir.
Okay. The person would have had to have come in, stepped over the gate to have fired the shot, the second shot.
That's how I interpreted the crime scene, yes, sir.
Okay. Was there any other report from ADT that aided y'all in any way? I mean, do they have an alarm system?
Yes, they did, and it showed, yes, sir, motion activations, doors, yes, anything like that, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you see anything in that ADT report about the motions outside at any particular time?
Not during the window of the crime, no, sir.
Okay. So there's not an alarm, and if the window gets broken, there's no alarm that goes off.
Yeah, we did not see a glass breakage, and I did not see that on the ADT report, no, sir.
Okay. It does appear, it looks like that the window was broken from the outside in, however.
It does appear that way, yes, sir.
And the shell casings, the 3 shell casings that you found being in different areas, I think you indicated that you believe they may have been kicked around by Jacob the dog. Don't know.
Yes, sir. Responding officers, anybody, but the only one that I believe appeared to be in a natural resting position is the one behind the dog bed.
Okay. Because you believe that would be close to where someone may have been standing.
Yes, sir.
The other 2 shell casings, you believe that there were 5 shots fired?
Yes, sir, we did.
I didn't find any other bullets that entered the wall or anything of that nature where there may have been more than 5 fired?
No, sir, we did not. 5 was what we determined to be.
Okay. So 2 shell casings were missing.
Correct.
And do you know from what area those may have been missing from? In other words, if the first shot was fired, do you believe it was more than 1 shot fired initially before one got over the gate?
I think that most likely the mission shell casings would probably be in front of the couch area, between the couch and the fireplace. That would be my assumption, in between the deceased and the fireplace, somewhere in that area.
The state asked you about possibility of somebody carrying them off, or a lot of things could happen.
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, Jacob could have picked those up and flushed them down the floor.
He could have.
If you were going to pick up 2, if you knew that there were 3 more, it makes sense that you want to pick them all up. Right?
Yes, sir. He's 2 years old. It's a shiny object. So I would think he would be inclined, yes, sir, to pick them up.
If you were the one doing the shooting, if you wanted to pick up 2, you would naturally want to pick them all up, would you?
I think if time allowed you, you absolutely would. Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicated that there was some foreign substance on the wall. Did you take any of that foreign substance to have it tested? You know what that may have been?
Yes, sir. We sent 3 from 3 different locations in the home where we believed could have been blood based off foreign substance. 1 in the kitchen from the kitchen floor came back as positive for blood. 1 came back as inconclusive, and 1 came back as negative.
Okay. So from the positioning of the bodies in the case, you believe that the first shots were fired initially coming into the house, because one naturally would, if they're sitting on the couch, going to jump up if you got a loud bang like the glass breaking.
Yes, sir.
You want to jump up and see what was going on.
Yes, sir.
And then the person entered through the window and initially then fired the shots.
Yes, sir. That's how I interpret it. It would most likely be that first shot that I believe struck the floorboard passing through Justin from right to left.
And then moved on into the house over the gate.
Over the gate, yes, sir.
Now, was there anything else that you found in the house other than the shell casings and the projectiles? You already indicated that there was no fingerprints. Didn't find any cigarette butts, didn't find any DNA of any kind inside the house.
Correct, sir.
And this ADT, I noticed there were lights that would come on if you get a certain distance to the house. You know what that distance would be?
I do not know what that is. I know that I activated all of them as I ran around the home, but no, sir, I didn't test the distance.
Okay. And is there a light that's affixed close to where the broken window is?
Yes, sir. There's one on that side of the house.
Okay, so that probably would have come on first.
I would think so. Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to go back over to the house other than, you went over on the 18th and went back over on the 19th? Were you ever called to go back over there again?
I was not. No, sir.
And did you ever go over to the Lanz house to do any forensics at their home?
I was not a part of that search. No, sir.
Okay, that's all I have for you, Sergeant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
88, is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Williams, be excused.
Yes, please.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Can I have a little approach? Okay. You can sit down, be excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we'll stand in recess until 2:40. be seated? All right, we're back on the record. The state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz. All parties are present. Could I please have the attorneys approach for one moment? All right, state, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, before we call our next witness, we are asking, due to this witness's current role and potential safety concerns, that the identity is not depicted to the public via video or audio or any images of this particular witness. It's fine if the testimony that's being given is recorded on as he was with Crimes Against Persons at the time in a detective capacity. But beyond that, we don't want any video, audio, or images of this witness.
Defense. I could even bring you to that back door. You could sit in that corner of the jury box.
Okay. What I will do is I have signed the Rule 22 for the media, but I do due to the sensitive nature of the witness's job duties and responsibilities, I am going to limit the audio and video recordings and pictures. You won't be allowed, the media will be allowed to report on what is being said, so the witness or the officer said it, whichever way you all prefer to report it, but just would ask that no pictures or video recordings of the witness be shown. And so what we will do is have the witness sit and obviously we're on Zoom as well.
Yes.
And so we'll have the witness sit in the jury box. There are no cameras that are facing the jury box. You can say that, that's fine. And we'll give him a handheld mic so he can testify from the jury box. That way, although I do give the admonition that no audio video recording should be recorded via Zoom, just out of an abundance of precaution if anybody is watching. Yes, sir.
The problem is, if you're gonna be able to hear him, I mean, we can't.
No, I think that's fine.
I can't, have it feeding out. That's what I'm saying. The audio has to go out before they can able to.
Are y'all fine with the audio? Or?
We just don't want the name out, so I don't know if there's a way to not record immediately.
Until he begins the testimony?
The witness come around the back.
Put it until he started the actual.
Yes, he'll start actual testimony once he states his name for the record, and then if you all can begin recording at that, or recording the audio at that point.
Well, Judge, the state can just give you their name to the court reporter. You have to ask them who he.
Right there is fine. Yeah, because he can't be seen in the jury box is not seen. And that's purposeful as well, so the jury is not shown. And for the record, I do believe 88 Green just gave the court reporter the correct spelling and name. Is correct?
That is correct, and of course, Mr. Berry knows the witness.
Yes. Thank you.
You'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sure.
Thank you. You may proceed.
All right, sir, how are you employed?
Work for the Cobb County Police Department.
How many years have you been with Cobb County Police?
Over 10 years.
Back in 2021, what was your assignment with Cobb County Police?
I was with the Major Crimes Unit.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
Now, you were the first detective to have testified from major crimes. What specific crimes did y'all investigate?
Any crime against the person that was not a juvenile. So homicides, robberies, sexual assaults, aggravated assaults.
Now, additionally, whenever a major case came in, such as an armed robbery or a murder case, did you all work together as a unit?
Yes, quite often we would work 2, 3, sometimes the whole unit would come together and work on individual cases.
And was that true for this case involving the murders of Justin and Amber Hicks?
Yes, it was.
I want to go ahead and direct your attention to November 19th of 2021. Were you involved in this investigation on that day?
Yes, it was.
And back then, were you still a detective of crimes against persons?
Yes.
How is it that you became involved on November 19th of 2021?
So Detective Standard and Detective Jackson were the lead investigators on this case. November 19th, we were notified, the unit was notified from Sandy Springs that Mr. Lanz had been involved in, or that he was in custody after a burglary and an attempted murder of a police officer.
And where did Mr. Lanz's parents reside?
600 Delphinium Boulevard in Hackworth, right behind, it's the house directly behind the incident location.
Is that in Cobb County?
Yes, it is.
And so despite having a different street name, do they kind of share a property line, those two residences?
Yes.
Did you end up going to that location of 600 Delphinium?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going to that address?
So after Sandy Springs had Mr. Lanz in custody, I believe it was an analyst, had been watching the news, realized there had been a homicide, realized Mr. Lanz's residence was right behind the incident location, thought that they might be connected and notified us. After some digging, we were able to confirm that it was his residence and ran a search warrant for the address.
And when you say his residence, who actually owns that residence?
Scott and Teresa Lanz.
And what is their relation to Matthew Lanz?
Parents.
Now, do you remember if it was daytime or nighttime when you went out there?
It was evening. It was dark.
And prior to testifying today, have you had an opportunity to go back through some body camera of other officers?
Yes, so on that search warrant, we had SWAT and our Viper team, which is our violent crime team. They assisted with the search warrant.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We have our SWAT team and our Viper team,
Right.
like the snake. They are our violent crime unit. They assisted with the search warrant, did a knock and announce, and then Scott and Teresa came out. While SWAT cleared the residence, make sure there were no other occupants. I believe it was Officer Jones with me when I spoke with Mr. Lanz's parents.
Back when you were a detective with crimes against persons, did you all customarily wear body camera?
No, we did not.
Okay, so with Officer Jones, are you captured on Officer Jones's body camera speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Lanz?
Yes.
Okay, when I say Mr. and Mrs. Lanz, meaning Scott and Teresa Lanz.
Yes.
Okay, and have you had an opportunity to review Officer Jones's body camera footage that you were depicted in?
Yes, I have.
Is that a fair and accurate recording of your interaction with Scott and Teresa Lanz from November 19th of 2021?
It is.
At this time, state moves to tender State's Exhibit 460 in the evidence, which is Officer R. Jones' body camera.
Any objection?
No objection.
States Exhibit 460 is admitted.
Thank you, and if we can make sure the cameras are not pointed at the video here. And for the record, we will begin playing this in 15 minutes and 5 seconds. Once we switch over, yes, please.
In the back, master closet, go through the bathroom, broken, or in the area, go through that closet, straight against the wall in the back. We took rifles and 2 guns that they had, that I lost one of the records. Yeah. Okay. There, we got a safe, we put that in there. Okay. Gun we found in Matthew's apartment yesterday is up the stairs in the right closet. Okay. On the left rack close, there's you'll see mental. Yes. there's a sport jacket, a blue sport jacket, and it's in the box. I'll have it there, but, the same box. Is there a key or combination? I don't, 3 small. I wanted nothing to do with it other than to get them off. I'm assuming so, we got nothing to hide. We got nothing to hide. Solving this problem.
City Hall. This apartment's in house?
Yes. Yes.
You guys live there too?
I work in DC.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. Teresa called me about what happened. Here. And I just said, we gotta be careful, we don't know what's going on. Where's Matthew, what's he doing? First freaking thing, for some reason it came to my mind. And she went over there, and I guess he was sleeping at 3 o'clock. I got a flight from DC back here at 6. And my other daughter picked me up there, we went over there and tried to chat with him. At this point blank leveled us to say, was he involved or was he not? And he was very, very, very sketchy and wouldn't answer. He said, Dad, I didn't murder anybody. But I was not convinced. There was suspicion. Apparently he came home, he said, I talked to him twice a week at least, and he said, well, I'm coming home Tuesday night. This occurred Wednesday night. This occurred Wednesday. He just said, I'm Brad. What are you doing? I'm going. He said, I'm just at the gas station. I'm going to fill my car up, bring my computer and work from home this week. I said, great. And he never showed up here. My wife came here, our dogs will bark at the simplest things. And that led me to say, you gotta go see him. And if we have any sense, we've got to consider other things.
Okay.
But yeah, he goes to school there.
Detective Jackson and Detective Stanton will be obviously asking you to explain all that. Sure. My concern is location of the fire.
I know exactly where, I just told you exactly where it is. There's nothing in mind. We have a little gun safe from the other 2 handguns that they bought, and a rifle that I think I got from this, I lost with them when they were,
When's the last time?
15 or 16.
We're sure that they were there.
Last week. Yes, sir. Good. There's two, whatchamacallits, you named a couple of different guns. The one up in the breast bag. I don't know anything about that. 2 blocks in the safe. And the one in the pocket is guilty.
For the record, that'll stop at 21 minutes. Now, Detective, some of that was a little bit hard to hear, but can you help in terms of the timeline as laid out by Scott Lanz? In terms of, I guess, when was it that they went to Athens?
It was the night prior. to us executing the search warrant.
Okay, so that would have been November 18th.
18th, correct.
And was that the same day that Amber and Justin had been located?
Yes.
And who was it that they were going to see in Athens?
There's some Matthew.
Now, there was mention in there about something about they taking 2 guns they had, and he then clarified his sons. How many sons does Scott and Teresa Lanz have?
2, to my knowledge.
And what is the other son's name? If you recall.
Austin.
Okay. And was he still living at the time of this in November of 2021?
No, he was not.
Were Scott and Teresa forthcoming with you regarding the gun that they recovered from their son Matthew Lanz?
Yeah, so when they came out of the residence, I explained to them that the neighbors had been murdered. They advised that they knew. And I also advised that Matthew had been involved in something in Sandy Springs. I did not go into detail. I told them that other detectives wanted to interview them back at headquarters. It was cold out, and Teresa began to, sorry, this mic keeps going in and out. Teresa began to cry, and so we asked if she would be more comfortable sitting in a patrol car or a detective's car. So she was in the car while I was speaking with Scott. When I did ask Scott the questions, he was very forthcoming with the answers.
Okay, and so where was it specifically that he pointed you to regarding the gun he received from Matthew Lanz?
So he gave me 2 locations. There was the gun safe in the master bedroom closet, and then the one that they took from Matthew from his apartment in Athens was at the top of the stairs. There's a closet on the right. When you go in the closet, there is a rack of clothes on the left, men's clothes, and there's a blue sports coat hanging in the midst of all the other clothes. The gun is in the sport coat pocket.
And did you actually find it in that location?
Yes, I did.
All right, were photos also taken throughout the search warrant execution?
They were.
Okay, I'm going to show you what you and I have previously gone through, but you can flip through them again. States Exhibit 321 through 459, as well as 484 through 527. I know you've previously gone through them, so do you recognize those stacks of photos?
I do.
Okay, and were those photos taken on the evening of November 19th, 2021 during the search warrant execution at 600 Delphinium?
Yes, they are.
Are those fair and accurate photographs of that search warrant execution?
They are.
State goes to tender states 321 through 459 and 484 through 527.
Any objection? Any objection?
No, Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to view all of those, so we have no objection.
Thank you. States exhibits 321 to 459 and 484 to 527 are omitted.
Thank you, may I publish?
Yes.
We won't go through every single one of these, but looking at states 322, there's a back glare there. Maybe hand this one to you for just a minute. 322. What are the cross streets that are being documented in states 322?
It's across the street of Urbina Drive and Delphinium Boulevard.
States Exhibit 324 here. Which residence is being documented?
That is 600 Delphinium.
And so the street in front of the house is which street?
The street that the front door of the house is on is Delphinium, and then the street where the garage is Urbina Drive.
States Exhibit, and if that microphone is giving you too much feedback and you just want to talk very loudly, I don't think that will be a problem as long as you speak up.
Okay.
Alright, states 325.
That is the front side of 600 Delphinium.
States 326.
That's the mailbox.
States 327 here. So what street does this driveway empty into?
That would be Urbina.
States 328.
This is inside residence of 600 Delta.
States 331. What are we looking at here?
That's also inside the residence. Looks like a family room.
States 334.
This is like the main area of the first floor. It appeared that the house was being like renovated or under construction, so there was construction stuff and other items just kind of scattered everywhere.
Stage 335.
This is the kitchen.
Stage 337.
It appears to be the dining room or some kind of breakfast nook.
Stage 338.
It's a couple refrigerators and some appliances. I don't remember if those were actually in the kitchen or not, or if they're removed because of the renovation.
Stage 339.
It's just a hallway going further into the residence.
Stage 340.
I believe that's going back towards the garage.
Let's see, states, let me go back really quickly. So states 339 here. Do y'all go down this hallway?
Yes.
Okay. Unless.
There's a bathroom there.
Yeah, so states 334. Step it back and we can start to see.
Yes.
And then states 342. Are you continuing down that hallway?
Yes, going up flight of stairs.
Jump ahead here. And throughout the search of this house, did you find any documentation with Matthew Lanz's name on it?
Yes.
So was it clear that this was in fact his family's residence that he spent time at?
It was, yes.
Going. Stage 407 here, is this the same kind of small flight of stairs we see previously?
Yeah, this is above that first landing.
Okay. And then stage 409 here, what are we looking at in stage 409?
So this is inside of the closet that Scott Lanz had directed us to where the gun was located. So if you go out that door, immediately to the left, the stairwell, yes, the stairwell is back, kind of coming along that wall going down.
Stage 411 here.
That is the sport coat that Scott referenced.
Stage 412, what do you start to see there?
That's a mag well to a semi-automatic pistol.
Stage 413, is that the same magwell?
Yes.
All right, stage 414.
There's the grip to a firearm and some paper.
Could you tell once you looked further what that paper was? Let's see, let's look at stage 416.
Yeah, it's like the ceremonial brochure for the Kennesaw Mountain graduating class. I can't see it here, but 2018.
Stage 418, did you all remove that firearm from the jacket pocket?
Yes, I did.
All right, that was documented in stage 418.
Yes, that's my hand with the firearm, and it's in a holster.
States 420, did you take it out of the holster?
I did.
States 422, what type of firearm was that?
It's a ZEV Technologies OZ9.
Okay. States 423, can you see better there as well?
Yeah, this is the other side of it.
States 425, do you all also have a zoom in so that you can document, oops, the serial number there?
Yes.
Okay, what is that serial number?
Zulu Alpha 04909.
We're going to past you, States Exhibit 607 here. Do you recognize State 607?
Yes, I do.
All right, and how is it that you recognize State 607?
This is the firearm that's pictured in those photographs.
Okay, States 425, for example?
Yes.
All right, very good. And is that the actual firearm that you all retrieved from the sport coat in the Lanz's residence?
Yes, it is.
State moves to tender States Exhibit 607.
Any objection? States Exhibit 607 is admitted.
And just to be clear, was there any magazine inserted in that fire?
No, there was not. There was a magazine located in another pocket of the sports coat.
So looking at States 427, is this the other side of the same sport coat?
Yes.
All right, States 428, what are you now kind of pushing out of that sport coat pocket?
It's a block magazine.
States 429, is that the bottom of that magazine?
Yes.
All right, States 430, what is being documented in States 430?
So that is a Glock 40 caliber, 40 Smith & Wesson magazine.
Was there any ammunition in this?
No.
Nevertheless, did you all collect it?
Yes. Yes, we did.
States 431, what are you documenting in States 431?
So that is the master bedroom closet, and on the floor you can see the gun safe laying down.
States 432 here, did Scott and Teresa Lanz provide you with the key or code?
I don't remember.
Nonetheless.
Actually provided it, but we did have a key and we were able to open it.
And is that documented in States 433?
Yes.
States 434?
Yes.
States 435?
Yep.
Now, did you all also open this bag?
Yes, we did.
States 436, is that being documented?
It is.
All right, States 438. No, the glare, not great.
There's 3 handguns in that bag.
And States 439.
Yeah, so there's 2 Glock 40 calibers, an FIE 25 auto, a couple knives, and then what appears to be a suppressor.
Did y'all continue to document each of these items in detail as well as any corresponding ammunition?
Yes, we did.
Now, within this home in particular, did you find any SIG 9mm ammunition?
No, we found a lot of 223, 5.56, some 308, but no 9mm, specifically 6 Sauer branded 9mm.
I'm sorry, 6.
6 Sauer, S-A-E-U-R.
Could you please send my information, please? Thank you.
Just a second. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender states 461 into evidence, which is contained within the stipulation number 9 on our stipulation, which I'll go ahead and read at this time. Crime scene technician Malika Moore swabbed the ZEV Technologies OZ9 pistol, serial number ZA04909, found by Scott and Teresa Lanz on November 18, 2021, in defendant Matthew Lanz's Athens residence located at 435 North Church Street, apartment 4, Athens, Georgia 30601, and collected by Cobb County Police on November 19, 2021, from 600 Delphinium Boulevard, Ackworth, Georgia 30102. States Exhibit 461 are the swabs from the pistol, which were then sent to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosive Fire Forensic Science Laboratory for testing.
That's correct, this part, what's your point?
Okay. The court has written in Exhibit 461 on the stipulation number 9, and 461 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then the last stipulation to read, at least in part at this time, is going to be stipulation 8, statements of Scott and Teresa Lanz captured on Officer R. Jones's body camera contained in State's Exhibit 460 is admissible. Defendant Matthew Lanz is waiving his right to confrontation regarding these statements made by Scott and Teresa Lanz's parents. There will also be additional statements that we will fill in the exhibit number when we get to their more formal interview, but I at least want that to be on the record at this time.
So the body camera is 460.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. I believe that's all I have for this witness.
All right, and defendant, is there anything you needed to put on the record or stipulating the sizes? Okay. All right, so Exhibit 460 is admitted, which is a part of stipulation number 8. All right, you may proceed, Attorney Mary.
Sure, also, let me just put one thing on the record. We were going to object to State's Exhibit 461 through 485. State looked at that, they agreed that they would take those out, so.
So 461 was just admitted as the swabs.
We reused that number.
Oh, okay.
So originally, I think the numbers they had issues with were 460 through 483, which were removed from the large stack. However, given that we never even tried to tender them, we have used at least 2 of those numbers.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right.
I just wanted to be sure they weren't wrong.
Okay. Right, so 461 as admitted stands. Thank you. You may proceed, Attorney Barry.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Who applied for the search warrant of the man's home? Do you know?
I believe I did.
You did? Okay. And was that based solely on the home invasion in Sandy Springs?
It was based on basically all the investigation so far, the information I've gotten from the other detectives. I would have to go back and read the probable cause statement to be exactly sure what probable cause is based on.
Okay. And I know we started the body cam video at 16:05. Do you recall what was on the video prior to 1605?
So, Officer Jones is attached to our Viper unit, and when SWAT hits a warrant, Viper usually holds the perimeter. So initially it would have been him on perimeter, and then there was some conversation with myself and the Lanzes,
Okay.
which I explained earlier, telling them that the neighbors had been murdered. They advised that they were aware. Teresa had asked for a coat because it was cold out, so I offered her to sit in the back of one of the detectives' cars. And then after I did explain to Matt he was involved in something in Sandy Springs, but the detectives wanted to talk to them further about it and kind of explain everything that was going on. She had gotten quite upset, so we were able to get her into a vehicle. And that's pretty much when the video picks up when I'm talking with Yes, sir.
Were they cooperating with you, the Lanz?
Yes.
Did they have any objection to you searching their house?
No, sir.
Okay. And you indicated that you did not find any bullets there at the home.
So I did find bullets.
Not any bullets that would match the gun.
Correct. I did not find any Sig Sauer branded 9mm.
Okay. None in the magazine.
Correct.
And none in the home.
Correct.
Okay. Did anyone get a search warrant for his apartment in Athens?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and were you involved in that?
I was. I went and searched his apartment with other detectives, yes.
Okay. And did you find anything in his apartment in Athens of value?
Yes, but I don't recall what for.
Okay.
I didn't study for that portion of the state. I believe Detective Standard took that search warrant, so he would be better able to.
He would be the better one to ask.
Yes.
But you didn't document or you don't recall?
I was just there along for the actual search.
Okay. How many projectiles does this weapon hold?
So that depends on the magazine. The Zev Technologies pistol, I refer to them as like a Gucci Glock, or they're basically a Glock. They just have a lot of really good parts in them, and so it depends on what magazine. It is a full size, so it has to be a 17 round mag or more.
Okay.
It wouldn't hold like a compact 15 round mag or subcompact 12 round mag.
And the magazine that you found there in the pocket of the coat, do you recall how many projectiles that would hold?
No, I know it was it was for a 40 cal. Not to say that wouldn't work in a 9mm, but it would be much less reliable.
Did you do anything else in relation to this case other than the two searches, one at the Lanz home and one at Athens?
I responded to the initial scene, and I canvassed the neighborhood, talking with some neighbors.
All right. And did you collect anything yourself when you initially came? I guess it was on the 18th.
From which location?
From the when you went initially on the 18th.
Okay. No, I spoke with the neighbors, asked if anybody had like Ring doorbell or any surveillance cameras, and then gave them a way to provide that to us. And then I assisted with the search of the Hicks' residence.
Okay. When you talked to the Lanz, they indicated to you that Matthew did not come home the night that they thought he was going to. Is that right?
Yes, Scott had said that when he spoke with Matthew that he was coming home to do some studying or some schoolwork, and that he didn't believe that he had come home.
Okay. Do you recall, and this was about this time of year in November. Do you recall what the weather was like then? Was it cold?
The night we were when the night I was speaking with the Lanz, it was chilly. I mean, I was wearing a coat.
And how about the 17th and 18th of both of those days? Relatively cold?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't really recall.
Okay. I think that's all I have for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up or redirect?
There you are.
Please witness the excuse.
Yes.
Right. Thank you, your excuse. Thank you. All right, state, you can call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Zoha Ashraf.
Follow the direction of the bailiff. Thank you.
Just to please remain standing until you're sworn in. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. Have a seat for me. Anyone seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Zoha Ashraf, first name Zuhha, last name Ashraff.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ashraf.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
I'm a medical examiner at the Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office.
Wonderful. What are your job responsibilities as a medical examiner?
To determine the cause and manner of death in the county.
And what is the purpose or reason that you all determine the cause and manner of death?
For public health statistics, vital records, insurance, data, and also for law enforcement proceedings.
Are you all required to make determinations regarding cause and manner of death as part of the Georgia Death Investigation Act?
Yes.
And is that then reported to the National Center for Health Statistics?
Yes.
Right. And I know you mentioned sometimes it's also used in legal proceedings in criminal cases. How often or what percentage of autopsies do you perform are considered homicide cases?
About 4%.
So not many.
No.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your qualifications that led you to become a medical examiner for Cobb County. Can you please tell the court about your education, background, and training?
Sure. I had received my Bachelor of Science in microbiology from the University of Georgia. I completed my Doctorate of Medicine from the Medical College of Georgia. I completed a residency in anatomic pathology from the University of Southern California. And then I completed a fellowship in forensic pathology from the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office. And then I worked as a medical examiner in the Los Angeles and Riverside County medical examiner offices. And then I came here to Cobb County in 2022.
In Riverside, is that kind of the neighboring county to Los Angeles?
Yes.
Very good. And I know this is kind of silly, but are you a medical doctor?
Yes.
Right. And are autopsies medical procedures?
Yes.
How many autopsies do you estimate that you performed over the course of your career?
Over 1,000.
I want to talk to you about two terms in particular, pathology and forensic pathology. Can you explain for the court the difference between those two terms?
Pathology is the study of natural disease, and forensic pathology is a specialized field within pathology where we focus more on the mechanisms of trauma.
And so does that include unnatural processes as opposed to natural? Right. In order to understand trauma and understand forensic pathology, do you have to have some understanding of the mechanisms that cause injury or trauma to the body?
Yes.
And does that include firearms and how bullets work?
Yes.
All right, have you ever been tendered and received as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
How many times, estimate?
Between 20 and 25 times.
At this time, I've been tendered Dr. Ashraf as an expert in forensic pathology.
Defense?
I'll ask questions of her later. I have no objection at this point.
Okay. And she will be submitted as an expert in forensic pathology.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, can you first kind of walk through the autopsy process, just the basic steps to an autopsy?
Sure. First, I review the history, the investigative report, why the person has come to the medical examiner's office, why the case was reported to us. Then I proceed to review any medical records that are relevant, any radiology, and then I go to the morgue and perform my post-mortem examination of the body, which includes an external exam where I diagram all the identifying features, hair color, eye color, tattoos, scars, and then any evidence of external trauma or external natural disease processes, and then I move on to the internal examination where I identify any trauma, natural disease by examining each vital organ. And then once that's all completed, I may wait for some additional testing such as toxicology, microbiology testing, and then I produce a final report and render a cause and manner of death.
Very good.
And render
cause and manner of death.
And is that the same autopsy process that every medical examiner in Cobb County, at least, does?
Yes.
Right, and you mentioned that your job is to determine the cause and manner of death. What is the cause of death? And then we'll talk about what manner of death means.
Cause of death is what immediately killed the person.
Okay, and what about manner of death?
Manner of death is how it happened, and there are 5 categories of manners of death. They are homicide, which is death at the hands of another, suicide, death at one's own hand, natural, which are things like cancer, pneumonia, natural disease processes, accident, things like drug overdoses, car accidents, and lastly is undetermined, in which the manner of death cannot be determined.
And because you're required to report all of these findings to the National Center for Health Statistics, is that why there is a specific category for undetermined?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you said homicide is approximately 4% in Cobb County.
That's correct.
I want to talk to you about the autopsies of Timothy, Justin Hicks, and Amber Hicks. Did you personally perform these 2 autopsies?
No, I did not.
Okay. Who performed these 2 autopsies?
Dr. Stacy Desmores.
And who is Dr. Desmores?
She was a full-time medical examiner at the Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office, but now she is medically retired.
And is she on permanent medical leave and unable to testify?
Yes.
Right. Nonetheless, did you work with her before her medical leave? Did you know her personally?
I did.
Now, in situations such as this, where you have a fellow medical examiner who is no longer with us or who is medically unable to testify, are you able to perform independent medical reviews of the autopsy?
I am.
Okay. And in order to perform that expert review, what all materials do you look at?
I look at the investigative report, any scene photographs, any autopsy photographs, Dr. Desmore's autopsy report, the death certificate, and any other testing such as toxicology.
Do you basically go back through the various steps of an autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, and while you can not do the internal examination yourself, do you review the photographs and any radiology slides?
Yes.
Right, and so are you able to reach your own independent conclusion regarding a cause and manner of death in these occasions?
Yes.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you generate your own independent report with your findings?
I did.
Okay, and did you bring your reports or any other relevant records with you?
I did.
Okay, if you need to refer to them, just let us know. What was the date of these 2 autopsies?
Both autopsies were performed on November 19th, 2021.
I want to start with the decedent, Timothy Justin Hicks. What was his age?
He was 31 years old.
Now, was he deceased on scene?
He was.
And whenever someone is deceased on scene, does one of your medical examiner investigators actually go out to the scene?
Yes.
Right, and are photographs taken?
Yes.
And did that happen in this case?
Yes.
And then do you also review crime scene photos that are taken by Cobb County police officers?
In some cases, yes.
And were you able to do that here?
Yes.
And then were there photos taken during Timothy Justin Hicks' autopsy?
Yes.
Were you able to review those?
Yes.
Were you also able to review radiology slides of his body?
Yes.
And did that also help you in determining path of travel of projectiles, for example?
Yes.
Now, with respect to radiology slides as well as photos taken during these autopsy processes, is that normal for every single autopsy, whether or not it's a suspected homicide?
Yes.
And then are those records maintained in the normal course of business for your office?
Yes.
Now, along those lines, I do want to go ahead and read a few of these stipulations, Your Honor. First will be stipulation 1, States Exhibits 528 through 567 are true and accurate photographs of decedent Amber Hicks, her clothing, and a projectile recovered from her body taken during her autopsy. States Exhibit 598 is the projectile recovered from Amber Hicks's posterior neck during her autopsy. States Exhibits 569 through 596 are true and accurate photographs of decedent Timothy Justin Hicks and the 2 projectiles recovered from his body taken during his autopsy. And States Exhibit 599 are the projectiles recovered from Timothy Justin Hicks' head and chest during his autopsy.
Attorney, as to stipulations 1, 2, 3, and 4.
That's correct, Judge, and once we fill in those numbers that weren't filled in initially, I'll officially vote.
As to States Exhibits 528 to 567, those were admitted. States Exhibit 598 is admitted. States Exhibits 569 to 596 are admitted, and States Exhibit 599 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So again, I want to stick with Timothy Justin Hicks for now. And admittedly, are some of these photographs kind of difficult for individuals to see if they're not accustomed to this type of work?
Yes.
We can switch it. Alright, States Exhibit 569 here. What is being documented on States 569?
Could you repeat the question?
What's being documented? What information do you include here on the body bag?
This is a photograph of the body bag. It includes the Cobb County case number, the decedent's name, and the seal number of the body bag.
And do we continue to see your Cobb County medical examiner case number on all of the photographs?
Yes.
Alright. States Exhibit 570 here. What is the purpose of the documentation?
This is a photograph of the seal intact, along with the case number.
Now, is it customary for the decedent to be documented exactly as received?
Yes.
Alright, States Exhibit 571 here, is that what we're looking at?
Yes, this is the body as it's received. The clothing is still intact and it has not been cleaned up yet.
States 572, do you typically photograph all the way down their body?
Yes, we usually take 3 photographs.
So States 572, is that kind of the second photograph that's normally taken?
Yes.
And then States 573, is that the third photograph showing the lower half of the body?
Yes.
How many injuries were documented on, and I'm going to refer to him as Justin Hicks, so on Justin's body?
He had 3 entrance gunshot wounds.
States Exhibit 574 here, what are we looking at, States 574?
This is what we call an identification photograph, basically a photo of the decedent's face with the case number, and all the blood and other materials are removed.
And then do you again take photos of kind of the top portion, middle portion, and lower portion of the decedent's body after they've been cleaned?
Yes.
Alright, State's Exhibit 575 here. Is that the top portion of his body?
Yes.
Alright, State's 576, are we mid-range?
Yes.
And State's 577, is that the lower portion of his body?
Yes.
And you already mentioned that there were 3 visible entry wounds on his body. In order to kind of stay organized and document, do you label gunshots 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Okay. Do those necessarily correspond to the order in which they were received?
No.
So I want to start with what you have labeled as gunshot wound number 1. Where was that gunshot wound?
This gunshot wound was on the right temporal scalp, basically the right side of the head.
States 578 here. Is that gunshot wound number 1?
Yes.
All right. Now, what have you done here, or I shouldn't say you, but what did the tech do in this case here so that they could better document this injury?
Usually with gunshot wounds that are in an area with hair, the area around the gunshot wound is shaved to better visualize the injury.
And States 579 here, what's kind of being held back when this photograph was taken for purposes of documentation?
The ear is being folded back.
And then States 580, is it normal to zoom into gunshot wounds to better be able to see?
Yes.
Alright, now here, gunshot wound number 1, what we're looking at in States 580, is this considered an entry or an exit wound?
This is an entry wound.
Right, and how is it that you typically tell the difference between an entry wound versus an exit wound?
An entry wound typically is more ovoid or circular. It has an abrasion border, and the edges cannot be reapproximated.
And an abrasion border, what is an abrasion border?
An abrasion border is created when a bullet enters the wound, or enters the skin and tears the skin around the defect.
And do we see some of that here?
Yes.
Right, when you said it can't be reapproximated on an entry wound, do you see an actual hole in the body?
It is like a punched out hole.
And we'll look at an exit later to kind of distinguish it. Now, when you're looking at an entry wound such as this, do you look for possible range of fire indicators?
Yes.
All right, and what is a range of fire indicator? What does that mean?
A range of fire indicator are things like soot and stippling or searing around the gunshot wound, which indicate if the wound is close range, contact range, or intermediate range. Soot is basically the soot that is expelled from the muzzle of the gun. Stippling is created when gunpowder particles exit the muzzle of the gun and strike the skin, creating like punctate abrasions. Sometimes there's soot and stippling, but in this case there are no range of fire indicators, which means that the range of fire is indeterminate, which could mean that it is distant range or that there is some intermediate target in between that blocked the range of fire indicators from reaching the skin, such as hair or if a person was shot through a wall or a window.
So do you know for certain, in looking at States 580, that we don't have a press contact wound?
Yes.
Okay. But in terms of any other range of fire indicators, if it's absent, do you label that as indeterminate?
Yes.
Okay. And so here, there's no way to know whether it's 2 feet versus 6 feet.
Yes.
Now, this is an entry wound in States 580 here, where you all was the medical examiner's office able to recover a projectile from Justin Hicks?
Yes.
All right, and where was that found?
The projectile correlating to this entrance wound was recovered recovered from the left posterior neck, so basically the left back of the neck.
Were there photographs taken of this?
Yes.
Okay, and was it also able to be seen through radiology slides so that you could independently see this?
Yes.
Alright, states 581 here, what is the purpose or what is being kind of pointed to in states 581?
This is where the projectile was located under the skin. Sometimes it creates a bulge under the skin or can be palpated.
And then is it customary with your office that when a projectile is recovered, when able, photographs are taken of that as well?
Yes.
Is that what we see in States Exhibit 582 here?
Yes, this is after the skin is incised and the projectile is visualized.
And then is it also customary with your office to take photographs of the actual projectile once it's removed from someone's body?
Yes.
States Exhibit 583, is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
Alright, and then per the stipulation, we've also put in States Exhibit 99, is that, are the projectiles actually collected and kept with your office?
Yes, the projectiles are collected as evidence.
I'm sorry, is that 599?
599, yes, which is stipulation number 4. Now, were you able to see for yourself from the radiology slides where within the brain, looking at states 578, this projectile traveled?
The path of travel of this wound is the right temporal scalp, the right temporal bone, the dura, the right temporal lobe, cerebellum, the dura, left occipital bone, and left posterior neck soft tissue.
I'm sorry, the last portion?
Left posterior neck soft tissue.
And what is the effect of striking the right temporal and cerebellum portions of the brain?
This is immediately incapacitating and rapidly lethal.
Immediately incapacitating. And rapidly lethal. And what was the direction from this entry wound at states 578 to where this projectile came to a rest in states 582?
The direction of travel was right to left, downwards, and slightly front to back.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The direction of travel and the anatomic position of the body was right to left, downwards, and slightly front to back.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked and admitted, which is States Exhibit 221 here. In your expert opinion, would Justin have received this gunshot wound in the area of the living room?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned that this was immediately incapacitating. Would he have had any purposeful movement after receiving this injury?
No.
Now, given where the entry and where the entry wound is and where the bullet was recovered, would it have been possible for him to be actually on the ground, slouched down like this, and receive that wound?
No.
Could he have been standing up and kind of looking back towards this playroom area, or this playroom area or the Christmas tree area when he received this wound?
Yes, it's possible.
Next, I want to go to what you have labeled as as gunshot wound number 2. Where was that located?
This was located on the right upper arm.
Looking at states 584, is that the second gunshot wound?
Yes.
And again, second for documentation purposes. All right, and then zooming into this wound here, looking at states 586, are you able to determine whether that is an entry or an exit?
This is an entry wound.
This kind of bottom area of this wound here, what is that?
That is part of the abrasion border.
And then is the skin also missing in that area?
Yes.
All right, now here, similar to the last wound, did you look for any range of fire indicators?
I did. They were not present or identifiable.
So is that considered indeterminate range?
Yes.
Now in this case, having seen the scene photographs, did he have some clothing on?
He did.
Okay. Can that interfere with any possible range of fire evidence?
Yes.
Now, was there a corresponding exit wound for gunshot wound number 2?
No.
Where was this through the radiology slides that you were able to see? Were you able to see where this bullet traveled from within the body?
The bullet traveled from the right upper arm soft tissue, the right axillary soft tissue, which is the armpit area, and passing through important vessels, the axillary artery and vein, and then came to rest in the right chest soft tissue.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
And then it came to rest in the right chest soft tissue.
So looking at states 587 here, did the bullet go kind of, I guess, upward so that it went through the armpit, or stayed in the body through the armpit and then came to rest at the chest wall?
Yes, it stayed within the body.
And was that bullet able to be retrieved from the body?
Yes.
Is that what's documented in states 588 here?
Yes.
And is that also contained in the same bag of states 599 as evidence removed from Justin's body?
Yes.
What was the direction of travel for that second gunshot wound?
In the anatomic position, the projectile or the gunshot wound traveled right to left and slightly upwards.
Now, would this have been lethal?
It's potentially lethal without medical intervention.
And what is the major concern if it were just this injury? What would have been like the major concern as to why this could be lethal?
Perforation of the axillary artery and vein.
Is that a rather large artery and vein?
It is a major vessel, both of them.
Does that end up resulting in blood loss?
Yes.
And then the final gunshot wound, is that number 3?
Yes.
Looking at states 589 here, wait a minute, let's look at states 590 first. What side of the body are we looking at?
This is the right aspect of the abdomen.
Okay. Is this kind of near like the side or the ribs?
Yes.
And looking at states 592, is that a zoomed in photograph of the same gunshot wound?
Yes.
Alright, and once again, what do we see kind of towards the side and bottom of this gunshot wound?
The abrasion border.
Now, were there any range of fire indicators?
No.
Would this wound have also been covered by clothing?
Yes.
Now, with this particular wound, was there a corresponding exit wound?
There was.
And where was the exit wound?
The exit wound was more on the front side of the abdomen, near the belly button.
Looking at states 593 here, is that the exit wound?
Yes.
And then looking at states 594, is that the zoomed in version?
Yes.
And are you able, or in theory, able to kind of connect the tissue, unlike an entry wound.
Yes.
Now, to get a better idea, if you're looking at states 589, are you able to see both the entry and exit wound in states 589?
Yes.
Did this projectile hit any major arteries?
No.
Was it really just soft tissue for this one?
It was through soft tissue and did not enter the abdominal cavity.
And then what was the direction of travel of this projectile?
Back to front and right to left.
Would this have been,
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
It's back to front and right to left.
would this,
You can actually pull the microphone down.
Down?
that actually works.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Would this injury, gunshot wound number 3, have been independently lethal?
Less potentially lethal if no medical intervention was rendered due to the possibility of possibly getting like an infection or something like that, but it's very low likelihood.
Fair enough. Are all gunshot wounds potentially lethal?
Yes.
If untreated?
Yes.
Okay. Can disease or infection be extremely traumatic?
Yes.
But ultimately, a gunshot wound like this, had he received immediate treatment and not had any other injuries, would this have been survivable?
Yes.
Looking at states 595 here, what are we looking at in states 595?
This is a linear abrasion, like a scrape.
States 596, is that a zoom in of that same scrape?
Yes.
And in your expert opinion, did this appear to be a fresh wound?
Yes.
Did it appear to be around, did it appear to have occurred around the same time as the gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Now, in your expert opinion, could this sort of abrasion have occurred if a child accidentally took like a shard of glass and had it along his father's body?
Yes, it could be caused by that.
We'll circle back to those in a moment here. I will at this time move to Tender States 597 into evidence, which is the certified death certificate for Timothy Justin Hicks.
Objection.
No, Your
6597 is admitted.
And now I want to move on to Amber Hicks. How old was Amber Hicks?
She was also 31 years old.
And was she likewise deceased on scene?
Yes.
And did you do the same expert medical review that you did for Timothy Justin Hicks in terms of reviewing the medical examiner investigative report, any scene photographs taken by either the medical examiner's office or Cobb County Police, as well as radiology slides, photographs, and the like?
Yes.
And we've already tendered her photographs by stipulation, so we'll start with states 528 here. Is this the same sort of documentation of Amber's body bag, case number, and medical seal?
Yes.
States 529, was the seal of her body bag likewise intact?
Yes.
States Exhibit 530, is this the documentation of Amber before she was cleaned and examined?
Yes.
States 531, is this her midsection?
Yes.
And states 532.
The lower half of the body, yes. The lower half of the body.
States 533 here, is this the identification photo that was taken?
Yes.
Now, for Amber, how many visible gunshot wounds were seen on her body?
She had 3 entrance gunshot wounds.
And likewise, when you wrote your own report, did you enumerate them for purposes of documentation?
Yes.
All right. So starting with your gunshot wound number 1, which one was that?
This was the entrance wound on the left lower cheek.
Looking at states 534, is that depicted here?
Yes.
All right, and then if we look at states 535 here, and I'll just zoom in on this photograph here. Are you able to tell whether this wound was an entry or an exit?
This wound was an entry wound.
Do you see an abrasion border on the left portion of this gunshot wound?
Yes, and the defect is a punched out hole.
Now, was there any range of fire here?
No.
Was there any corresponding exit wound?
No.
Similar to Justin, was a projectile recovered from her neck area?
Yes.
States Exhibit 537. Is that being documented here?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at states 538, is it normal to have this kind of contusion area where a bullet may have come to rest?
Yes.
States 539, was the bullet then extracted from Amber's neck?
Yes.
And per y'all's normal processes in the medical examiner's office, take photographs of the bullet that was recovered.
Yes.
Is that what we see in states 540?
Yes.
In states 541, just so it's not confusing, is that just the other side of the projectile?
It is.
Right. So just one projectile, just 2 different angles?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. All right. And per the stipulation that I've just read, that would include states 598, which is the physical projectile that was depicted in states 540 and 541. Now, based on the photograph documenting the entry as well as where the bullet was recovered, as well as the radiology slides, were you able to determine where within Amber's head and neck area this bullet traveled?
Yes, the bullet traveled from the left lower cheek and left neck soft tissue, the left carotid artery, left internal jugular vein, the cervical vertebra, including the spinal cord, and then came to rest in the right neck soft tissue.
And hitting things like the left carotid artery, the jugular vein, and cervical vertebrae, is that lethal?
Yes.
Okay. Is that similar to Justin's head, gunshot wound to his head? Is that immediately incapacitating?
It is.
Is it rapidly lethal?
Yes.
Would she have been instantly paralyzed?
Yes.
What was the direction? And I know from anatomical position, what would the direction have been?
Front to back, left to right, and downward.
Now, whenever you are documenting trajectory, is it important for consistency to document an anatomical position?
It is.
Can some of those directions kind of change depending on the actual orientation of the body at the time that it was struck with gunfire?
Yes.
In this particular case, looking at states 534, if her head was turned towards her right shoulder, could the gunfire have come from the right side of her body and penetrating her kind of from left to right? Does that question make sense?
Yes.
Going back, well, put a picture here. Looking at states 244 here, which has already been tendered and admitted, in your expert opinion, would Amber's body have been really in the same position, meaning where her torso was, her bottom and her legs, when she was shot in the head?
Yes.
Okay. Now, could her upper portion of the body been kind of at least a little more upright?
Yes, she could have slumped over after being shot.
But ultimately was kind of the bottom of her body in the same exact position?
Yes, most likely. I said yes, most likely.
Alright, gunshot wound number 2, or how you've documented as number 2, where is that gunshot wound?
This was on the right forearm.
Looking at states 545 here, is this the gunshot wound number 2?
Yes.
And zooming in here, states, let's do states 547. On the top part of her forearm, was that an entry or an exit?
This is an entry wound.
And can you see some of that abrasion border on the right side?
Yes.
Was there any sort of range of fire indicators?
No.
Given that we have photographs with her in a t-shirt, does that mean it's likely not going to be close range?
Yes, that's true.
And if it's not close range, what is the general kind of estimate as to at least X number of feet away?
I'd say at least like 6 feet away.
Now, did you have a corresponding exit wound for this entry wound?
Yes.
And where was that located?
On the other side of the forearm.
States 548 here, is that what we're looking at?
Yes.
And states 550, is this the zoomed in version?
Yes.
Alright, now here, in states 550, does this resemble at all an entry wound?
There are features of an entry wound, such as, actually, no, it looks like an exit wound.
Well, let me ask you this, what is a short exit wound?
A short exit wound is when the skin is pressed up against something, so sometimes it can have features of an entry wound, such as an abrasion border. However, this one has more features of both, I guess you could say. There is an abrasion border, but it is very irregular and the edges can't be put together, so it's more similar to a exit wound.
Okay. Sometimes when there's features of both, do you call it short exit wounds?
Yes.
All right, now when, in order to obtain a short exit wound, could the support come from another part of someone's body?
Yes.
Now, for this particular wound here, did it hit anything major, any bones or anything?
It did not.
Okay, so is this just skin and soft tissue?
Yes.
Typically, is this kind of less likely to be lethal if there's, just less likely to be lethal?
It is less likely to be lethal.
Now, we'll go back to that in just a moment. But where's the third gunshot wound?
The third gunshot wound is on the right thigh.
Looking at states 552 here, are we able to see the entry wound?
Yes.
Now, with respect, and can you also see the exit?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to these two wounds, is it a little bit difficult to tell which one is an entry versus exit?
Yes.
Looking at the close-up of the wound here on, the wound here on her thigh, is that what we see in states 554?
Yes.
Okay. To some degree, does it look like you could potentially push the skin back together?
To some degree, yes.
Then looking at states 555, are you now focused on the exit here?
Yes.
All right, states
558, is that a zoomed in photograph of that exit?
Yes.
And is that slightly irregular as well?
Yes.
Do either of these give any indication of potentially short entry or exit was?
No.
Did this strike anything within her body?
It slowly went through the soft tissue of the thigh.
And is this kind of not as likely to be lethal given that it's skin and soft tissue?
It's less likely to be lethal.
Now, with these wounds, were trajectory rods used to help look at the direction of travel?
Yes.
So now I want to look at those. Well, actually, let me do this first. Did she have any other abrasions or marks on her body?
She did.
Okay, and where was that?
There was a rather large abrasion on her abdomen.
Looking at states 560, is that what we see here?
Yes.
Right, and then is there a zoomed in photograph in states 561?
Yes.
Okay, and here, did any sort of bullet penetrate her skin or go into her abdomen area?
No.
Now, was clothing also documented in the autopsy process?
Yes.
All right, states 562 here, this firefighter shirt, is that the kind of like view of the entirety of the front of the shirt?
Yes.
Okay. States 563, what is the purpose of using little green arrows?
The arrows point out defects that are present in the shirt.
States 564, is that kind of just zooming into those defects there?
Yes.
Now, given the crime scene photos that you were able to review, as well as these photographs showing the injuries to her body, how did these defects in states 563 correspond to the general area of the abrasion that we saw in states 561?
The defects are generally overlying this abrasion.
Now, generally, if a bullet were to not hit anything and directly hit a human stomach, is that going to penetrate the skin?
Generally, yes.
For it to not penetrate the skin, what does that tell you?
That the bullet has slowed down significantly.
Now, even if a bullet were to travel through skin and soft tissue and not strike any bones or anything major, can that still slow down the momentum of a bullet?
It can.
Looking now to the photos with the trajectory rods, looking at states 551, is this kind of the how gunshot wound 2 entry and exit correspond to one another?
Yes.
All right, looking at states 559 here, does the trajectory rod show how gunshot wound 3 entry and exit correspond to one another?
Yes.
Is it possible that gunshot wound 2 and 3 actually correspond to one another?
It is very possible.
Is it possible that gunshot wound 2 and 3 is actually the result of a single bullet?
It is possible.
In your expert opinion, if Amber were kind of curled up in a ball with using her hands to kind of support her knees, is it possible that the bullet could have entered her forearm, exited her inner forearm, entered the outer thigh, exited the inner thigh, and struck her stomach?
Yes.
If she was in that particular position and the bullet actually went in and out of her body twice, in your expert opinion, would that allow for the bullet to lose momentum?
Definitely.
And could that account for why the bullet did not penetrate her skin in States Exhibit 560?
Yes.
Is that possibility even more likely given the two defects that are on her shirt in states 564 and 565.
Yes.
Looking at states 273 and 274, which were previously admitted. Have you previously seen these photographs, states 273 and states 274?
I have.
Okay. And looking at the location of this projectile, could this projectile have been responsible for gunshot wound 2 and 3?
Yes.
If this single projectile that we see in states 274 entered the outer forearm, exited the inner forearm, entered the outer thigh, and exited the inner thigh and struck her stomach, would it have lost enough momentum to just lie still on the couch?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to penetrating the couch?
Yes.
Now, I know normally, well, let me ask you this. Normally, do you all give expert opinions as to order of gunfire?
In some cases, if it's possible to determine.
Okay, in this particular case, just focusing on Amber right now, is it possible to predict the order of gunfire?
It is.
And so which gunshot would have come first?
The gunshot wound to the right forearm, which exits and then re-enters the right thigh.
And why is it that we know that one where she's curled up in a ball would have come before the gunshot wound to the head?
Because the gunshot wound to the head would have struck her spinal cord and she would no longer have any muscular movement and be able to hold her legs up.
Looking at states 243 here, in order for gunshot wounds 2 and 3, so the forearm and the thigh, would the shooter have been standing on this side of Amber, meaning on the right side of her body?
Yes.
Looking at states 221 here. So in your expert opinion, looking at Justin and Amber combined, how many gunshots did they suffer in total?
At least 5.
And no more than how many?
No more than 6.
Okay, so if it were 5, is that accounting for Amber's gunshot wounds number 2 and 3 to correspond?
Yes.
Okay. If those did not actually correspond, is that how you would end up with 6?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to Justin's 3 gunshot wounds, what was the direction of all 3 of Justin's gunshot wounds?
Right to left.
Now, given that they were all obtained on the right side of the body going towards the left side, is it reasonable in your expert opinion that he's standing in this area and peering over towards the area of the Christmas tree when he was shot?
It's possible, yes.
Now, given your testimony that he would have immediately been incapacitated, particularly with the gunshot wound to his head, would the shooter have been somewhere in the area between his playroom and perhaps the midsection of the couch?
Yes.
Now, is there any evidence that Amber was able to make any significant movements from where she was originally to when she was shot?
No.
Based on your expert opinion and having looked at this case, what would the last shot for both Justin and Amber have been?
The last shot in both victims would be in the head.
Is that because they would have both been immediately incapacitating and rapidly lethal?
Yes, they would have dropped and stayed stationary where they're laying down.
And what was the cause and manner of death for both Timothy Justin Hicks and Amber Hicks?
Gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death for both Timothy Justin Hicks and Amber Hicks?
Homicide.
This kind of state moves to tender case 568 into evidence, which is the certified death certificate for Amber Hicks.
Objection. Okay. 6568 is admitted.
And are gunshot wounds listed as the cause of death on both of these certified death certificates that were issued by Dr. Jessamore?
Yes.
And that were both deaths ruled to be homicides in these certified death certificates?
Yes.
All the questions I'll leave it right there.
Are you ready? You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, when was the first time that you had an opportunity to look at this case?
I briefly reviewed it before preparing my medical expert review some number of months ago when I received the subpoena for the case.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I'm having a hard time figuring out what you say. I'm old and I can't hear real well, and you kind of slurred a little bit. Tell me the date that you first started looking at this case.
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. Would it have been this year?
Yes, this year.
Would it have been in the last 2 months?
Somewhere in the last 2 to 3 months, yes.
Okay. And you told us earlier that there was an investigator with your office that did a report.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And did the investigator go to the scene before Mr. and Ms. Hicks were taken from the scene?
Yes.
Did he do any measurements?
No.
Okay. And did he document by photograph any of the areas that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. What areas did he photograph?
He photographed the bodies and the room in which the bodies were found.
Okay. And the photograph of the living room looking back towards where the Christmas tree is, did his photograph show that there was a gate, a white gate, in between those two rooms?
Yes.
Okay. You never had an opportunity to go to the scene, right?
No.
I want to talk just a little bit about the gunshot wounds. And you said a number of times that's possible that happened. And there are a lot of things that are possible that happen in gunshot wounds, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay, and it really kind of depends on the movement of the body.
Yes.
depends on where the person doing the shooting might be standing.
Yes.
In this particular case, can you determine whether the person was moving from one area of the house to the other when the shots were fired?
There is a reasonable likelihood that the shooter started more on the right, or the entryway of the room, and made his way kind of more further into the room.
Well, when you look at the photographs from where the Christmas tree is, the little room there, can you see the person sitting on the couch?
No.
When you're in that room? So the person would have to get past that room in order to be able to see Ms. Hicks sitting on the couch.
Yes.
Okay. So they would have had to not fire from there, they would have had to move on into the home.
Yes.
Could you tell whether they moved far enough to get over the gate?
If you're speaking about the gate that is in the room adjacent to where Mr. and Mrs. Hicks were, then yes, he would have moved past that gate.
Okay. Now I want to ask you on Mr. Hicks, you told us about a scrape that you saw on his inner thigh.
Yes.
The state asked you if that could be from a piece of glass.
Yes.
Was there any photograph that you saw, either from your investigator or from any of the police photographs, where there's a piece of glass close to that scrape?
No, not immediately near the scrape.
Okay. What else could have caused that scrape other than a piece of glass?
Anything with a pointed edge or sharp edge.
Okay. You're not suggesting that the person doing the shooting scraped in any way, correct?
It's unknown how that scrape occurred.
Okay. Could be from fingernails.
Could be.
Okay. Did you check under Mr. Hicks' fingernails to see if maybe he scratched himself on the way down?
I looked at photographs of the hands, but I didn't see any indication of like tissue under his fingernails.
And the state asked you about the first gunshot wound to Mr. Hicks, and you said it was downward front to back and looking right. Is that correct?
The first gunshot wound for Mr. Hicks?
This first gunshot wound to Mr. Hicks.
Yes, right to left, downwards, and slightly front to back.
Okay. And on that particular gunshot, the state was asking you, would he be looking to the right? And it would really kind of depend, he would have to look way to the right in order to get shot on the right side, right?
Well, if his body was turned facing the entryway, it would be rather easy to...
Right in this area, he would have to turn pretty far to the right, wouldn't he, in order to get that gunshot?
This is the right.
So would he be looking straight, or would he be looking to the right or looking to the left?
If he's trying to face the right side and his body is turned to the right side, he doesn't have to angle his head that much to get a shot in the right side of the head.
And it would depend also on where the person doing the shooting was standing.
Yes.
You told us that you believe that there would be 5 gunshots, but there possibly could be 6.
Yes.
Did you see any of the photographs that would indicate that there was any blood spatter, any patterns of blood spatter?
I didn't see any significant amounts of blood at the scene.
Okay. I just want to ask you, when one fires a gun, is there gunshot residue that might be on their hands?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that residue stay on their
It's unknown. It depends on if the person washed their hands afterwards.
Is it likely that it would be on their hands after 2 or 3 days?
It's possible. I'm not sure.
Do you know whether anyone tested Matthew's hands, see if he had any residue on them?
I don't know anything about that.
And you didn't see any cuts at all on either Mr. or Ms. Hicks' feet, like they may have stepped in glass or been moving around where the glass was, correct?
No, I did not see any injuries like that.
All right. I think that's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any hearings or any follow-up or redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes, thank you.
thank you. Have a nice approach. Okay. All right, we are going to recess for the day and start back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Can we open up at 8:30? All right, we'll open up at 8:30 for the attorneys and for media to get in, to get set up so we can start right at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So we'll be ready to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All right. Is there anything we need to put on the record before we are excused for the afternoon?
Not for state.
All right. We'll stand in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Everyone have a good evening and be safe. See you all tomorrow morning. We'll stand in recess.